I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Mr. Noyola,
Present.
Vice President Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Present.
Clerk Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. McCatton, Board Member Mr. Nishii, Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation, 6 matters, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSCA Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation, the board will be going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss 7 matters, but has determined that the specifically identifying the matters would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Los Angeles Superior Court cases number 22 NWCV 00502, number 22 STCV 19567, number 22 STCV 1959569, and number 22 NWCV 00505, number 22 NWCV 00504, number 23 NWCV 01964, and number 22 NWCV 00507. Special Education Settlement Agreements, Student OAH number 2026010281, Government Code Section 54956.9, Special Education Settlement Agreement, amend May 5th, 2026, Board Approved Closed Session Special Education Settlement Agreement, OAH number 2026030152 to OAH number 2026020381, Government Code Section 54956.9. Are there any public comments on closed session?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. The board is now back in open session. May I have a motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can everybody please silence their cell phones? And if anybody is in need of translation services, there is someone in the back of the room that can support you. Si alguna persona necesita traducción, hay una persona al fondo del cuatro que le puede asistir. Gracias. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and evaluation, 6 matters. Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation, the board discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss 7 matters, but determined that specifically identifying the matters would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Los Angeles Superior Court cases number 22 NWCV 0052, number 22 STCV 19569, number 22 NWCV 00504, number 23 NWCV 01964, number 22 STCV 19567, number 22 NWCV 00505, and number 22 NWCV 00507. In closed session, the board discussed and approved special education settlement agreement in the amount of $41,000 with the attorney fees of $28,000, compensatory education of $13,000 for OAH 2026010281, Government Code Section 54956.9 by a vote of 7-0. In closed session, the board amended the May 5th, 2026 board approved closed session special education settlement agreement to reflect the correct OAH number 20260231, Government Code Section 54956.9 by a vote of 7-0. Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the students of Hawaiian Elementary, who are accompanied by their principal, Ms. Maria Perez Brena, Assistant Principal Elizabeth Trumbach, and 6th grade teacher, Ms. Julie Park, and Ms. Scarlett Little. Hawaiian Elementary.
My name is Madison Lowell, and I will be leading you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please rise. Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may take a seat.
Good evening, President Iola, Vice President Yokoyama Bui, Board Clerk Mendoza, Honor Board Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Cabinet members and community members. My name is Laisha Aquino. We are the 6th grade student councils at Hawaiian Elementary. We would like to thank you for inviting us to the district board meeting this year. We had so many exciting events at Hawaiian. We would like to share some with you.
My name is Kimura Camacho. To begin with, Hawaiian has been an avid school for many years, and we continue to focus our learning opportunities to prepare for college and career in order to have better opportunities in life. Although we are officially a 3rd to 6th grade avid school, TK to 2nd grade has been implementing many avid strategies to be a school-wide avid. If you walk into our school campus, you can see all students practicing important avid skills and strategies such as organization, managing our daily schedule and time, responsibilities, and setting goals to achieve. A deeper dive into avid at Hawaiian, we have a career day. It's a special school-wide event that we invite people from different professions to share everything about their work to inspire students to have a dream and study hard to reach their goals in life. Some of the interesting guests for the 6th grade were an architect, a biomedical engineer specializing in titanium hip bone. Sadly, this is our last year and we won't get to learn about more interesting jobs in the world.
Hello, my name is Isabella Carranza. Something unique and special about Hawaiian is that all sixth graders have leadership jobs. We are the leaders of the school and put our time and effort into making our school a better place and being good role models for the younger grades. Sixth graders are assigned different jobs throughout the three trimesters. First, the traffic control leaders are in their orange vest in the front of the school, helping parents drop off students at school safely. Safety leaders are responsible for reminding everyone to follow the school rules and work and play safely. Go Green leaders collect the recyclable items from classrooms to help promote reduce, reuse, and recycle. Equipment leaders work hard to set up and help supervisors store the PE equipment. Lastly, our PE leaders lead the sixth grade in stretching and exercise before PE to promote healthy body and mind.
My name is Joshua Petch. Hawaiian Elementary is a proud member of the Hawaiian Gardens community. To participate and offer many events to our parents and community. We always take parent involvement to our events seriously. Some of our annual events include Family Loteria Night, which is where the community always has a lot of fun playing the game and winning prizes. Everyone always appreciates and enjoys out the Native American Assembly, where songs and dances of different tribes are presented. Then there are also the trunk or treat celebration for Halloween. We also have our monthly rise and exercise and college field trip for parents. This year, we added two more events called the Family Math Night, where students and parents work together using math skills and strategies to solve many daily life problems. And for the Family STEM Night, students, parents, and community members built cars, and the balloons at the end of the cars would deflate to accelerate it. Everyone enjoyed these two events the most.
Hello. My name is Daya Wachin. Once again, thank you for inviting us and allowing us to share some of the spotlights at Hawaiian. Just as our PBIS motto, Hawaiian Eagles Soar, we will continue to practice safety smart, take ownership of our school life, achieve high expectations, and respect one another. Hawaiian Eagles Soar. Thank you.
So I want to very quickly, I know the kiddos just presented, but I want to take a couple of seconds to acknowledge 3 big retirements at Hawaiian Elementary. These are 3 people that have been with our school over 30 years. Our librarian, Mrs. Sofia Vega, our STEM teacher, Mr. Joel Garcia, and our 6th grade teacher, Ms. Julie Park, who is here with us today. And since she is here, I do want to say that if you know Hawaiian Elementary, you know Miss Park. She was with us over, again, 30 years serving ABCUSD and Hawaiian Elementary specifically. So Miss Park, thank you for your heart, for your passion, your dedication, just for being amazing. You will be missed. So thank you.
Do we have any board comments or questions for our Hawaiian Elementary students? Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your presentation, 6th graders. I had a question for you. So I know you guys have lots of jobs. During like all of your community events, do you guys also have to work those events too? Do you have to volunteer? Like if you guys have Family Loteria Night, are you guys also helping out that night?
Well, most of the time they ask us if we want to like participate in those events. Sometimes we say yes and sometimes we say no because like we are busy, or yes maybe,
Or you want to have fun too?
yeah,
Yeah.
and just go to the events and not helping with just be with your family.
I think that's a good option, right? But I want to say thank you because you guys are the role models for your school because the little ones are looking up to you, and they one day they want to have a job too, right?
Mhm.
Do you guys get rewarded for doing your volunteer work?
Actually, yes, we do. We always get like stuff like ego notes, like 5 ego notes, like for like the ego store. or like maybe like parties, like pizza
Oh,
parties,
okay.
like something like that.
Oh, principal's going like, really? Parties? Well, thank you so much. I have something for you. How many students are here tonight? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you come up, Mija, and get 6 stickers?
Me?
And they're stickers that just say ABC School District Student Leaders. And you guys definitely are school leaders, not just for your school, but for our district. And congratulations to those who are retiring. I think once an educator, always an educator. I know you're not going to stop. I know once you retire, you're gonna continue in any manner that you choose to. You're gonna be supporting students and families. So thank you so much for your service to our district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Rios.
Hello, Hawaiian Elementary. I always like to acknowledge the fact that I went to Hawaiian, and so I'm always excited to see students come from Hawaiian and remind you that, I mean, you're so ahead of the game, right? Like today we're wearing our college shirts. I went to Hawaiian when I was your age. I had no idea college was even an option, but I learned that it was and ended up at places like Harvard. So dream big. Know that you can accomplish anything you set your mind to. You talked about leadership. Continue those leadership roles because they will take you places. And I'm excited for you. I'm excited for your future. And thank you again for being here and sharing stories.
Thank you, Board Member Dr. Rios. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Students, you did a great job today. I know some of you guys seem very nervous, but you guys read well. You know, continue to read and speak. Public speaking is very important. Be confident. You guys did a great job. And 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Park. Wow, 30 years. Did you serve 30 years in Hawaiian? Wow, what a dedication in one school, right? Well, thank you for your service and congratulations on your retirement. Yeah, enjoy.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. I would just also want to echo what my colleagues say. I'm so happy to have Hawaiian here tonight. Also, like Board Member Dr. Rios, I also attended Hawaiian Elementary. So I'm very proud to be here and to also be a Hawaiian Eagles. And I'm actually very happy that Mrs. Park here, Mrs. Park, Mr. Garcia, and also Mrs. Mendoza were leaders on campus when I attended. So it's full circle moment so that I get to be here when they retire. So I want to thank them. And also, prior to that, I want to thank the parents. Can you please stand and be recognized for all the hard work that you put in for these Hawaiian leaders? Oh, they're already standing? Yeah. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Park, for your 30 years of dedication and commitment to academic achievement and excellence. Those are big shoes that we're going to need to fill, but we're going to do it. So thank you. And have a good night, you guys. We will now have a recognition for Whitman Elementary Judicial Council of California Civic Learning Award of Distinction. Dr. Zilo?
Thank you. This evening, we are recognizing Whitman Elementary School for receiving this recognition. And so they're going to come in, and we will have our principal, Mr. Marco, share a little bit about what this award is.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, President Noyola, members of the board, and Dr. Zietlow and Executive Cabinet. Whitman Elementary has been recognized as one of only 3 schools statewide to receive the California Civic Learning Award of Distinction. This was due to the incredible work of and combined effort of our staff, students, parents, and court officials. I would like to give a special thank you to several people who are here with us tonight. Miss Jackie Pilger, 6th grade teacher and mock trial coordinator. Miss Nancy Corbias, administrator for the Downey Courthouse, and Judge Damaris Diaz-Nadlin, Whitman Parent and Superior Court Judge. The award committee selection highlights our school's success in several key areas. Exceptional civic achievement, recognizing that Whitman demonstrates outstanding achievement in civics education by embedding it into school-wide process. Comprehensive integration, the ability to weave civic learning into classroom instruction and student-led projects. Empowering students to engage in meaningful discourse with each other. And more importantly, our project can be replicated at multiple school sites. I would now like to introduce our 4 students to briefly speak about their experience in the Civic Learning Project at Whitman, starting with Olivia Abraham.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olivia Abraham, and I am a proud Whitman Elementary School student. My class read a passage about a story called The Monkey's Paw. We thought it would be fun doing a small mock trial on this interesting story. This trial was very much like a real court case. There was a jury and the 2 sides, the prosecution and the defense. We were lucky that 2 of our classmates' mom, Judge Diaz, was a real judge that works at Downey Courthouse, and she took place as our judge. A bunch of students from other classes came. So did parents. Both sides had to have an introduction, a question and answer portion, and much more. I personally felt that we were in a real courthouse because it was almost the same. The mock trial was very fun, and it was an excellent experience. We are extremely grateful for our teacher, Miss Pilger, who gave us the opportunity to do something like this, which a classroom could never teach us. It is such an honor that Whitman got this amazing award. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Nathan Ng, and I am a proud member of Whitman Student Council. One of the things that helped us learn about civil education was our mock trial. This was an amazing experience that took a lot of preparation, but was completely worth it. Some of this preparation included researching the story we read, The Monkey's Paw, and pointing out small details that changed the entire course of the trial. Another fun thing we did to prepare was speaking with an actual lawyer that gave us tips to win the jury's favor. This was a valuable learning experience that gave us the opportunity to acquire some skills that we will be able to apply later in life. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judd. This year, I had the opportunity to go to the Downey Courthouse on a field trip. I had many favorite things about the visit. We were taught the manners of the courthouse, like being silent and respectful when you're in the audience because there are people there discussing very important matters. The atmosphere inside of the court was quiet, but I feel like if you were the defendant, it would be kind of tense. At the start of the visit to the courthouse, the employees gave us an educational presentation, and it gave us a fundamental understanding of how the court system worked. Next, we were taken to another courtroom where we were able to ask questions to a judge. One of my friends asked what petty arson was, but we learned that wasn't a thing, and it was confused with petty larceny. We also learned about the SWAT and police teams, and they let us interact with their gear, such as being able to go inside of the vehicles and wearing some of the armor. Those were some of my favorite things we did while at the courthouse. Thank you for helping make the trip to the courthouse possible.
Hello, I am Alex Jimenez, and I am proud to have learned that Whitman has earned the prestigious California Civic Learning Award of Distinction. Whitman has taught us about civic responsibility through learning opportunities like the field trip to Downey Courthouse. We got to see real court trials in action. There, we saw the judge, the clerk, the court reporter, and jury all in action. With this first-hand experience, we were not only able to learn about civic responsibility, but we also learned how to apply it. This award represents how Whitman has taught us about our impact, our responsibilities, and our ability to solve complex problems together. Through this, we have made Whitman, the city of Cerritos, and our community a better place. I would now like to thank the board, Mr. Marco, and the Whitman staff and teachers for making this award possible. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Whitman. I think we have some board questions and comments. Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was a little late coming to the meeting because I was speaking to the students outside, and they kind of said that they were a little bit nervous, but you guys did amazing. I think you guys are ready to be like lawyers and judges. You did such an amazing job. First, I want to say congratulations for the award, and thank you to everyone who made this possible for this learning to really come to life for the students. I think this is very memorable for them. And I just wanted to say, if you ever want to do like a mock school board meeting, like if you want to be a school board member, we could make that possible too. You could come up here and sit in our chairs and do that. So just keep that in mind for next time too, okay? And I did tell you that I had something for you. So I have some stickers for you, and it says ABC School District Student Leaders. And you guys are, I think you already are. We don't have to wait till you graduate or anything. You guys are already leaders. So can one of you come up and get stickers? Just don't put them like on your school books or anything, your principal might get upset. But congratulations and thank you. You could take them all. And just like tear them up like this. So tear them up. Yeah, and then there you go. And then give one to each of you. No, take them all. You could take them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member McCann?
Congratulations, Whitman. The four of you were wonderful speakers. And so lucky that you got to go to the Downey Court and also to have one of your moms be the judge. How lucky are you to have that happen? Was this actually something that you had to write an application for? Okay, can you explain that a little bit?
So yeah, it comes out annually. It is an application. It goes through the California Department of Justice, and it takes a while. But yes, you have to basically speak and show evidence for each component of the award.
Okay, so part of the components then were having the mock trial, having them visit the courthouse.
Yeah, it'll vary from school to school and from district to district. That was our highlight, but it's civil discourse ultimately is what you're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations on the award.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mehan. Board Member Yu?
Well, Whitman Warriors, congratulations. 2 of my children graduated from Whitman. They're Whitman Warriors. So mock trial. So how long have you guys had mock trial? How many years? Is this your first year? First year. Wow. Is this something that'll continue? Wow. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Thank you for the moms who are judges. Are they here? Wow. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for helping out. Yeah. So how many weeks, another question, how many weeks did you guys practice and prepare?
About 4 weeks.
Wow. That is amazing because all 4 students were just exceptional in their speech. So I really hope that you guys can take off and continue this tradition at Whitman. Go Warriors!
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member Nishi?
Thank you, Mr. President. So who's the one who has the parent who's the judge? Is she? Oh, she's in the audience.
Well, she's.
And is your mom fair? Oh, okay, never mind. We'll get to that later. You guys are very loud and strong and very clear in what you said. So that was excellent. The key thing I think is that when we see the wrong things that are happening, you fight for what's right, and you'll have the tools, the mental tools, to not punch it out, but to think it out, have your logical arguments, and gather your evidence, and make good things happen. So I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of being part of this district that enables that. And please replicate that at all our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President Yokoyama Bui?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a proud Whitman alum, and I just thought that was an incredible presentation on what you did. We have really great kids tonight, and thank you for showcasing this award. The teachers, the students for taking the time to make a meaningful impact at your school. And especially this one is to me, it's special for the parents because it's finding one parent, Judge Diaz, who has taken time to kind of cultivate this program, invite them to your workplace. I think that's incredible. And parents across our district are doing amazing things like this. So I want to just highlight that point as well. Thank you, everyone, for adding your special touch, adding your background to our schools and to our kids' experiences here. I'm amazed. Thank you.
So we're going to have the students and the school come up. We have recognition not only from our board, but also from Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva, the 67th District. And we can do a picture with the board.
Just before you guys get going, I just also want to thank the parents that were here that allowed our students to participate. I think the parents tonight that created this event for Whitman to win this judicial California Civic Learning Award of Distinction. It's just like Board Member Vice President Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui mentioned. It's an example of what parents and partnership is with ABC. We work together for the best opportunities for our students. So I want to thank you, and for the rest of the Whitman parents, can you please stand up and be recognized? Thank you. We really appreciate your partnership and continued dedication. Thank you, guys. Thank you, women. Have a great, great night. We will now have a recognition for the 2025-2026 Student Board Representatives. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. This evening, we want to recognize our student board representatives that were part of the process this whole school year, meeting as a committee before every meeting, casting their preferential votes. And also this evening, they will be receiving recognition from Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva from the 67th District for their service. And so I'm thinking we could call them up and give them their awards, and then we can have them face us while you make comment. So we'll start with the awards. From Artesia High School, we have Jacqueline Archega. From Artesia High School, Carlos Guzman. From Cerritos High School, Karchin. And from Cerritos High School, Anushka Zumale. From Gar High School, we have Amoa Arunkumar. And from Gar High School, Vincenzo Mangini. From Tracy High School, Ayumi Arata. And from Tracy High School, Eugene Kim. From Whitney High School, we have Areen Jain. And from Whitney High School, Om Lala. And from the ABC Adult School, Amy Seth. So I'm thinking we could have the board do a picture and then we can have comments after.
Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I realized something. Did you all get stickers? Does anybody want a sticker? Because I started giving them to elementary and the middle school, and I said, oh, maybe I forgot the. Okay, if you want a sticker, come up here and get a sticker. Oh, all of you. Okay. How many? How many? 1, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I'm going to put you in charge. You're in charge of passing them out. There you go. Easy. And as you're walking back, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I really enjoyed your reports and hearing all the great things that are going on at your schools. Are you all seniors? Who's a senior? Oh, so I want to say thank you. Yeah, thank you. And we hope to see the rest of you coming back and sharing all the great things that are happening at your school. And enjoy the stickers. I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell the elementary, the middle schools. Don't put them on your books. Don't put them anything that's school issued. Your principals and teachers might not like that. And then you can't blame me. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member McCann.
I want to thank you so much for your service to the board for this year. And if you could, a couple of you, you could tell us something that this experience brought to you. What did you get out of it?
First off, thank you so much for this experience. As a senior, I really feel like this experience gave me an insight into the more professional setting of life, especially going into college and going into the workforce. I feel like making reports and being able to update, everyone on what goes on, especially at my school, is a very big deal. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity. And something that I've taken from this experience is just platforming my public speaking and being able to speak in front of such large crowds. This has really helped me with my confidence and obviously being the best representative of my school. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me throughout the year. I think one thing that I really took away from this was I got the chance to speak to a lot of people when I was compiling my report and get an idea of what was going on from all corners of the school. So I really got a comprehensive idea of what everyone was doing at school, and that's something I really enjoyed. So thank you.
Hi, yeah, just to reiterate, thank you for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. One thing that I really learned that I thought was really helpful was seeing all the effort that we don't really see at schools normally. At this meeting, I saw all the work that our principals do, that our educators do, that we don't really see on campuses. As a future educator myself, I think it's really awesome to see all the behind the scenes that people sometimes ignore or miss. So seeing that and noticing that was really helpful to strengthen my knowledge that I wanted to grow. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. But being on the student board has definitely allowed me to talk to a lot of these students and the staff and collect their perspectives and ideas and a little bit more of like the grievances or like finer details about the process of being, well, part of a school district. And also, well, being a student board member definitely looks a lot better on my college college application. So that was a big help.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Similar to what a lot of the other seniors said, like just being able to like compile all the information from different corners of our school, like student organizations, clubs, sports, just being able to share that with you all in the community has been such a special opportunity. So I want to thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member, you?
Well, thank you for taking your time because this is many hours, right? All throughout the year, you guys really dedicated your time, and you played a role connecting the school district with your schools, and you got to see a lot of things that goes behind the scene. And already, each one of you are leaders, and you will continue that as you guys go on to college, as you guys go on to your career. I mean, you guys are already leaders. You know, you speak very clearly, eloquently, and you're involved. And it's about giving back to the community that you guys grew up in. So thank you again, and best of luck to your future.
Thank you, Board Member you. Board Member Nishi?
President, thank you for taking the time, as Board Member you said. That is a lot of time, and to take your personal experience and bring that to bear to make our whole district better. And I'm hoping that you're able to continue on. Any of you have thinking about getting into the board someday? Okay. I get that. A little too close. But really, thank you. I'm very encouraged by our future, the future leaders that we have here. Your decisions and your opinions make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. I just want to echo what everybody said. Thank you guys for taking the time to go into your schools and let us know what is going on, because that helps us make better decisions that will, in return, help make your school better. So you guys are a part of the process, and when you guys move on from high school and go to college and find jobs, that just know that you guys are always going to be part of the process, and giving back to your community is just as important tomorrow as it is today. So I really appreciate you guys being here tonight, taking the time, for letting us recognize you, and for everyone in the audience, we really appreciate your feedback and everything you've done. And have a good night, you guys. Really, thank you. Our next recognition, we will now be recognizing Cerritos High School Boys CIF Swim Champions. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. This evening, we want to recognize the CIF Division II champions for boys swim. Their coach, Ian Richards, is with them. But we will recognize each student and do their certificates and pictures, and then we can do comments. So for the boys swim team, we have Ethan Chen. Nathan Chung.
We have a couple people absent.
Okay. I'll just read the names.
Perfect.
Aiden Corral. Anthony Dornoff. Noah Draper. Isaac Falk. Andres Garay. Matthew Ho, Robin Kim, Roy Kim, Max Punjapunya, and Andrew Vett. So I think if we can do our picture with the team, and then we'll have them turn around for comments.
I'll talk to him. Line up here.
So we'll have Coach Richards talk just a little bit about the team and their win, and then we can have board comments.
So thank you, board. It's funny, we just had our banquet yesterday, so it feels like I'd be repeating myself, but it's totally fine. So this was a huge challenge for our kids. We had close to 14 boys graduating this year, and we're actually losing in total 23 this year. So it's been a huge kind of moment of trying to win when we can. Of the boys that we had that swam for us for our varsity team this year, the 6 that you see here, we have one that's still at practice actually. The 7 total actually competed at CIF on Wednesday on the 6th, and by Friday afternoon we had won by 49 points. So a huge congratulations to the boys behind me. On top of that too, we broke 6 school records, 1 divisional record, and for the first time in our school's history sent 2 kids as CIF state finals. That happened this past Saturday. Wow. So on top of that, when we talk about our program itself, the other one I like to do as a teacher, I always like to recognize our scholarly athletes. Of the 54 that we have, 40 of them had a 3.5 in at least one sport, 21 in both sports, and 5 of them that held 4.0s across all 2 sports across their whole season. So in total, that was the kind of big push that we always have as teachers, myself and my assistants, to try and make sure that these kids do everything they can outside of the pool to make sure they can have a successful future. So thank you.
Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to congratulate your team. I could hear, obviously we have academic athletes, scholars at your school. So it's so important to not only celebrate the win and your championship, but also the fact that they're doing so much work at the school. So that goes out to the administrative team, our teachers, staff, for ensuring that these kids have a whole experience at our school. Additionally, I'm well aware, as I believe we were reached out to about the challenges this past season related to the pool not being available for our students. So, there's going to be ups and downs, but you guys battled through and you were resilient. And it's not an ideal circumstance, and I know I spoke to some parents about that, but wow, like even with all those downfalls, you still rose above. So thank you so much for all the work. Congratulations, team.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amazing coach, right? Amazing parents, amazing students, but amazing coach. I can only imagine what he could do if he actually had a pool. I remember walking the distance. I know they don't have to do that, but I remember walking the distance that some of these students had to do. All the work, the extra work that they go through to achieve so much, So just a little more investment, and I think there's no limit to what they can do. So I'm just amazed at their achievements, and thank you. That's it.
I would like to point out, though, this sport, it covers 36 weeks, so it's 3 12-week seasons. Of the 36 weeks, we didn't have a facility for 8 of them. On top of that, too, we do have 6 kids that still walk it. So it is one of those things that we still struggle. And while we are successful here, this is a small portion of who we are, and some kind of help, anything, is extremely needed and would be loved by this group of people and these kids and these families.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Nishii. Board Member Yu.
Again, thank you so much, Coach. You're just amazing. And I know that the number of hours you guys go out of your way to practice in the morning and after school. What time do you guys practice every day in the morning?
No, but we are 3 days a week, 6 a.m. I was very kind. I did 6:30 this year. But no, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of hour to be able to be as successful as we can be. And we have a few up here. They'll speak on their own that wake up way before us. So this sport requires a lot of sacrifice to be this successful.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that the discipline the students have, and the parents who have to wake up like 6 o'clock to get the kids to the swimming by 6:30. All this hard work is a teamwork. Passionate coach putting in ton of hours, and the students who are willing to put in that sacrifice and hard work. But you know that discipline will take you long ways. Not just, it doesn't end here, but in college, after college. Yeah. One of my nephew was a swimmer at Sunny Hills. He joined the Marines after high school. After 4 years, he's going to Harvard because of basically the discipline that he learned, all throughout high school as a swimmer. So, I mean, I like to, shout out to the coach and the parents for their sacrifice. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member McCann.
Congratulations on your win. And did you say these are all seniors?
No, we have 3 seniors here, Matthew Ho, Andres Garay, and Andrew Vett. We have 1 junior, Anthony Dorth, apologies. Ethan Chen, our sophomore, and our true freshman, Roy Kim, in the back.
Okay. So junior, sophomore, and freshman, continue on with your success. And for those of you who are seniors, are you going to swim at college?
Yes.
You have scholarships?
No.
Okay. But you're going to go ahead and enjoy swimming when you're in college. Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann, and congratulations again. This is a team effort, like you mentioned, the teachers, the admin, everybody that supports the students just to get them in the water. And of course, the students, congratulations to you guys for putting in the time and effort. Winning CIF is not a small feat. It's a big accomplishment, and you guys made history. And like Board Member Nishi and like the rest of us recognize that you guys did it without a pool on campus, and that's something that we are trying to support so we can get an aquatics facility at one of our schools. So thank you again. Keep up the great work, and we will continue working with you guys. Appreciate it. And have a good night.
Yes, no? Most of them are all talked out from last night, so I think we'll call it there.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night, you guys.
Thank you.
We will now have a college admission presentation. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. So our
By the time you get
last item this evening where we have students to present, we are going to share where the class of 2026 has been accepted. Remember that our students apply to multiple places. Sometimes they get accepted to 4 or 5 and they pick one. But we thought it would be good for our community and the board to know where this class has been accepted to. And so we'll share. You'll see things this evening as we present the Cal States, the UCs, but also you'll see a lot of private colleges and universities, out-of-state colleges, places where our students have plans. And so our thought was we're going to share the data, but who better to share the experience than a student? And so for each school, we're going to have a student share how the school helped them with this college application process. And so to begin this evening, we're going to start with Artesia High School, and our student who is going to share is Mia Soto.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Noyola, Vice President Ms. Yokoyama Bui, Board Clerk Ms. Mendoza, Board Members Ms. McCatton, Mr. Nishii, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu, and Superintendent Dr. Zitlow, and esteemed cabinet members. My name is Mia Soto, and I am a proud soon-to-be graduating senior at Artesia High School. This fall, I will be attending Tulane University on a full tuition scholarship, where I plan to major in humanities and social sciences. Reaching this milestone is a dream come true, and I owe a huge part of this achievement to the incredible support I received from the Artesia Student Union College and Career Specialist, Ms. Borja, Ms. Villanaca, and my counselor, Ms. Milan. But my story is just one of many. This year, the class of 2026 accomplished something truly amazing. 100% of our senior class applied to a form of higher education, and 100% of us completed financial aid applications. Together, our class racked up over 716 acceptance letters. Artesia seniors are officially heading to incredible institutions across the country, including UCLA, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, Cal State Long Beach, Cal State Fullerton, and Tulane University, just to name a few. In total, 94% of our graduating class will be attending an institution of higher education this fall. These phenomenal numbers are a direct reflection of the tireless work done by Ms. Borja and Ms. Villanaca and the student union. They championed us through every step of the grueling college application process. From sending us numerous reminders about college application deadlines and weekly updates about scholarship opportunities, to sitting down with us to navigate college and financial aid applications. Their relentless dedication and outreach are the reasons hundreds of us have received the financial aid that we need to make going to college a reality. The student union team doesn't just pass out information. They truly build a launchpad for our success. I know firsthand that without their guidance, far fewer of us would be stepping into college campuses this fall, and our school statistics would look very different today. Thank you, Ms. Borja, Ms. Villanaca, and Ms. Milan, and the amazing Artesia staff and administration for championing the class of 2026 and helping us realize our full potential. And finally, thank you to the ABC Unified School District for equipping our campus with exceptional people and resources that turned our college dreams into reality.
Thank you. So we'll have each of the students speak, and then we can do board comments at the end. So next, representing Cerritos High School, we have Yunjin Amy G. You can lift.
Good evening, President, board members, superintendent, district leaders, counselors, teachers, families, and students. My name is Yujin Amy Go, and I am a senior currently at Cerritos High School. For this fall, I'll be attending Stanford University studying computer science. Tonight, I want to speak about how my counselor and the College and Career Center supported me throughout my high school and college application journey. When people talk about college applications, they usually focus on senior year. They think about essays, deadlines, financial aid forms, recommendation letters, and decision letters. But I have learned that the college application process does not really begin senior year. It begins much earlier. It begins freshman year when students are learning how to choose classes, build good habits, explore activities, and understand what opportunities are available to them. And by the time senior year arrives, the application is not just a form we fill out. It is the result of 4 years of growth, guidance, and support. And that is exactly why our counselors and College Career Centers matter so much. Their work is not just about one deadline, but about helping students build progress over time. For me, the College and Career Center helped make opportunities easier to find. They regularly share information about scholarships, competitions, college visits, and application resources. Because of the information they posted, I was able to apply for opportunities I might not have discovered on my own, including the Korean American Next Generation Scholarship and the Optimist International Oracle Competition. Sometimes students are not missing motivation, but access to the right information at the right time, and our counseling team does exactly that. Our counseling website also has incredible helpful resources. It is organized, clear, and easy to navigate. Whether students are looking for course plan information, college resources, scholarship opportunities, or graduation requirements, our website gives us a space and a place for students to start. For students trying to balance school, activities, family responsibilities, and future planning, the kind of structure makes a huge difference. I also want to recognize how smoothly Cerritos High School has handled counseling transitions over the past 4 years. Even when there were changes in counseling or staff, the communication stayed clear and students were still giving the support we needed. That consistency helped us feel grounded during a process that can already feel stressful and uncertain. Personally, I have always appreciated how promptly my counselor responded whenever I reached out. Whether I had a question about deadlines, forms, recommendations, or next steps, I felt like support was always available. One thing I've learned at Cerritos High School is that there are so many opportunities here if students are willing to reach for them. but reaching for them becomes much easier when counselors, teachers, and staff members help us point in the right direction. And in many ways, student progress is built by a whole community. So tonight, I want to say thank you to my counselor, the College and Career Center, and all of the staff members who supported students behind the scenes on behalf of the class of 2026. Thank you so much.
Next, representing Gar High School, we have Arlene Cardenas.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board members, Mr. President, and teachers and staff, as well as families. My name is Arlene Cardenas, and I'll be attending Princeton University in the fall. Thank you. Gar High School has cultivated an environment where students are inspired to reach for higher education. And in doing so, they provide resources such as the College and Career Center that really empower students to seek, like I said, higher education. Within the College and Career Center, we offer scholarship information as well as advice on how to navigate the college and career journey. I will say that a really huge resource in my own personal journey has been working with my high school counselor, Mr. Andreessen. Mr. Andreessen has truly been a wonderful resource to myself and my family as a first-generation student. Being that, you know, I didn't really have a outlet or a resource at home, I sought help at school, and it was definitely present. Mr. Andreessen helped me navigate the scholarship process, which can be very, very difficult, as well as the college applications themselves. A lot of the time, the applications can be very lengthy and confusing to someone who doesn't know necessarily how to complete them. So that resource has truly been something extraordinary, not only to myself, but to my family. And for that, I can say for many other GAR students that we are extremely, extremely thankful to have that resource. I've also been fortunate enough to be part of the PACE program at GAR High School, and that is a selective program for students to, again, have an insight into the college application process. And there we go a little bit more in depth in terms of how to choose which colleges you're applying to and what specifically to look for when applying to certain colleges. I know for me, I wasn't really sure where I wanted to go or what colleges were available to me, or what was a reach school, what is a target school, and what is a safety school. And so I will say that GAR High School, especially its counseling team, have inspired me to reach beyond what I thought I could be capable of. And for that, I am very, very grateful. Thank you again to the school board for inspiring the schools, not only GAR High School, but beyond the district, to empower their students to reach for higher education. And I am very proud to be representing GAR High School today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Representing Tracy High School this evening, Mr. Eugene Kim.
Good evening, district board members. My name is Eugene Kim. I'll be attending the University of Santa Cruz this fall. First of all, the dual enrollment program at Tracy High School is still very early. I mean, Tracy High School is a continuation school. Many of us are, or many of these students are suffering from different issues, maybe like unstable housing conditions, mental issues, you know, something similar of the sort due to a credit deficiency. Tracy offers many opportunities to earn much more credits than a conventional high school with an upper limit of 120 at 30 credits per quarter. But through the dual enrollment system, every dual enrollment class offers double credits as compared to a normal class, which means a student, if they actually try, can earn up to 160 credits per year. Tracy offers a unique advantage where hardworking students are exceptionally rewarded, where, if you're attending school every day, participating in classes, you'll earn the maximum amount of credits possible. But for the average student who is suffering from these different problems that are not there, or are out of their control, they will fall further behind. But the dual enrollment program, especially the staff found at Tracy High School, is really incredible. I mean, their staff, due to the smaller student population, can focus on every individual student and commit their time and actually learn about the individual students. For example, I'd like to highlight Mr. Anthony Oda, who runs our dual enrollment program. And over the 3 years that I've attended Tracy High School, I mean, I entered with 5 credits as a sophomore. I thought my high school was over. I'd be going to a community college at best. But they were really encouraging and supported my dreams to pursue robotics engineering. And through their help, I was able to, really commit my time to learning. With the ability to leave earlier from school, I was able to take on a part-time job and support my family, which is why I kind of ended up at Tracy High School. But there have been a lot of successes. I mean, last year we had a couple of kids enter in a college statistics class, which a lot of the Tracy, a lot of students wouldn't expect to be able to complete at Tracy High School. I mean, once you enter Tracy, a lot of people think, oh, this guy's gonna end up at community college. He can't really participate in any higher division like math classes or English classes, but these students really performed. I mean, myself, my other student board representative, Ayumi Arata, and a couple other members who are already at Cerritos High School, I mean, they really passed the class. I mean, they got A+, which they didn't think was possible. I think that these students, given more attention and a better chance to thrive at Tracy, can really succeed. I myself am the only student who participated in the dual enrollment program and was accepted to a 4-year college. But I think given the proper opportunity, many other students at Tracy could have and are capable of attending these higher level colleges and classes that they previously wouldn't think possible. I know right now Tracy is suffering from a lack of student population, and other schools are also having fewer students incoming for their freshman years. But a lot of these other high schools are currently retaining these failing students, which should have been sent to Tracy but are not. A lot of these students, if sent to Tracy, can be given the proper attention by the staff, maybe whether it's a quieter learning environment, like one-on-one tutoring, or just like peace and quiet. I mean, when I entered Tracy, it was such a smaller student body. I was able to actually focus on myself and the learning environment around me, and it allowed me to actually thrive as a student. I know that there could be many other students at these other schools who aren't given the proper chance to fully learn how they have to learn in order to succeed. And I think that if Tracy was given a larger student body and maybe an increase in course difficulty, a lot of these students could be given the chance to go higher and actually fulfill their dreams of maybe going to a 4-year college or succeeding in a career that they actually want to pursue instead of being, kind of streamlined into a community college. Right now, our program is still very good. We have a Cerritos Complete program where if a student graduates from Tracy High School, 2 years of community college are given to them for free. I mean, that's incredible. That's something that a lot of us can't afford, and either gives us an immediate associate's degree or lets us apply to a traditional 4-year and complete a bachelor's entering as juniors. I mean, that's a great program. And learning through the dual enrollment program at Tracy High School has given me a chance to actually involve myself in the higher level classes that I wasn't offered at Tracy, but also, I don't know, gave me hope that I could actually succeed in the future. And I hope that going forward, maybe if it's not too much to ask, Tracy can be given a little bit more attention, and these students that have so much potential and the ambition and will to succeed will be given the chance to properly pursue their dreams as I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Our final student speaker this evening, representing Whitney High School, is Benjamin Tang.
Good evening, ABC District Board. My name is Benjamin Tang, and I am a graduating senior at Gretchen Whitney High School, and I will be pursuing economics at Northwestern this fall. I'm first of all incredibly grateful to be here tonight on behalf of Dr. Stoffers and the Whitney High School community, and I want to discuss my college preparation journey and how specifically Whitney's counseling resources have enabled me to stay organized, plan my goals, and find myself, and I hope that my perspective on this issue is informative. I want to open by discussing our counseling department and how their role in organizing my college path from 9th grade to 12th grade has helped me succeed. Their counseling team has hosted frequent workshops to guide our class on everything from planning classes that suit our interests to selecting colleges to apply to and even preparing for financial aid. They've been with us through every step of the process, ensuring that all of our questions are answered. And because of this proactive approach, I have never felt lost or ever alienated in a process that overwhelms so many high school seniors nationwide. However, what truly sets Whitney's resources apart, in my view, is how our counselors go above and beyond. My specific guidance counselor, Ms. Diaz, was always open to meeting with my family to discuss any concern we had navigating Whitney. And so by the time I started applying to college, I had already developed a deep, trusting relationship with my counselor, a testament to the uniquely individualized experiment here at Whitney. This personal care extends from the counseling department as well into the Whitney College and Career Center, called the CCC. So I want to specifically appreciate working with Ms. Sasaki, our CCC expert, who sat down with me to help me discover what I wanted in the college process. And she also helped me discover my own individualized goals, perspectives, and values. And by getting to know me personally, this is unparalleled level of individualized guidance. Her feedback, drafting supports, and strategic advice during the process was absolutely vital to my success. And so in my 6 years at Whitney, I really want to emphasize how our counselors' dedication to each student on a personalized level creates a unique environment that liberates me to pursue my goals. And I know that looking forward, I will really cherish the heartfelt feedback and supports I've received from Whitney's staff. Thank you all for your time.
So if we could have our students come back up to the front, and we can take board questions or comments.
Do I have any board comments? Board member, you?
Folks, I'm just blown away by these students' presentation and what they shared. Starting with like Tracy, I mean, he gave a whole testimony, and like we're really moved. Our hearts are moved, and it just, it's just I'm just so proud to serve on this board, and it just makes our work really worthwhile. We put in many hours. Most of it is all volunteer, but it's so worth it because all these faces of these students are so diverse. Different walks of life, different shape, and look where you guys are today. How we are so proud of you guys, really. And the future is so bright for all of you, all different walk of life, but the opportunity that you were able to receive through the ABC community, like ABC is like a family, and so it's just amazing. And I just want to give a shout out because we are struggling with declining enrollment all over California, that ABC district is the district to come to. And, look what we have accomplished from Tracy to Gar High School. Shout out to Gar High School, because the accomplishment, before getting into Harvard is like 1 student per district. But like this year, 3 students going to Harvard from GAR. 4 students, wow. And 2 students from Whitney, small student body. I'm not just highlighting the Ivy League, but our teacher high school, 94% applying to college. That's just unheard of. This is what ABC is like, you know, and that's why we fight here. We make the hard decision. We get yelled at, you know, we get yelled at and blamed at, but we are here because ABC will continue to thrive. And I know that ABC, so many teachers and staff and employees, they send their students to ABC as well. So they are all stakeholders, right? And that's why the teachers and the staff, custodians, everyone is proud of all of you guys. And we are proud that, you know, we are able to serve this community. So thank you so much, teachers, college counselors, everyone. You guys did such a fabulous work. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. So here at ABC, we're in the business of preparing students to be college and career ready. I'm so proud that many of our students have chosen that path. I'm especially proud that at Artesia, every student has chosen college as an option. We have to acknowledge this reality. And I think throughout our district, beginning in kindergarten, we need to have and be very cognizant of the fact that it's not about if these kids will go to college, but when. And the biggest question to every single teacher in every single classroom is, you know, when they get to stand before us as seniors, telling us they're going to Stanford and that they're going to, you know, to other amazing colleges, Northwestern, etc., will they be ready? And I think it's on us for that answer to be absolutely. I'm especially proud of the people that talked about being first generation. You know, some of us up here are first generation, and we know the difference that makes in your life, in your family's lives, in your communities. Everybody wins. We all win as a society when that happens. Congratulations to each and every one of you. I'm sorry if I couldn't name every college you're going to, but I'm so proud of you. We, as a board, I hope you can see, are super proud of you. Wish you the best of luck, and we'll be here to cheer you on. Please come back and tell us, you know, about your accomplishments. But congratulations to you. Congratulations to your school. I know they're proud, and then a special congratulations to your families.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. Red. I'll be really short because I know I'm kind of talk a lot. I am very proud that we have such a great. Sometimes, you know, parents say, "Try to get me into this school," and I tell them, "No, don't game the system. Go to the school that fits your child." And you guys are prime examples of that. And Mr. Kim, your testimony was specific, achievable. It's all the things that make us proud of being school board members. It's I can see all of you going very far, and someday I'll probably have to get a job from one of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President. And congratulations, all our students, congratulations. This is the culmination of all the work you've done all these years. This is why we're here, is to send out wonderful, well-rounded individuals like yourselves into the real world to figure out, you know, how you're going to better our world. But I will say, I hope I saw it when you were speaking. You should all feel the pride in yourselves. The young lady, I think from Cerritos, who said the journey was not in just the application. It was starting in when you walked in those doors freshman year. You're planning your attack. How am I going to make myself a standout individual for the college applications? Because we all know you're in essence, you have a number of other students who you have to shine with and, you know, apart from. So I do believe too, our elementary schools, our middle schools are giving our kids potential interests that they could eventually explore one day when they're your age. I heard robotics engineering from our friend going to UC Santa Cruz. Congratulations. So what I will say is it starts it starts when you walk in those doors freshman year. I dare say to some of our younger kids, it starts earlier than that. Just expose our parents, expose our kids to something very young, and who knows, it may spark an interest, and they'll be as fine as these individuals one day. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I'm gonna give you stickers too. Today's sticker day. Okay, but I'm gonna say my comments before. So I went to Cal State Los Angeles. So I'm like, ooh, who's going to Cal State Los Angeles? Because that's like on the other side. That's my side of town. And then I got my degree in child development, and then I got my teaching credential there. And I tell you this because I think our goal here as a district is that when you leave us, you have opportunities, right? And the way we get opportunities is by continuing our education, by going to a trade school, or joining the military. So I saw that in the notes today. And I just want to say thank you to the staff, because this didn't happen this senior year. This happened since TK, since kindergarten, that we started talking to you about college. We started talking to you about careers. And so by the time you got to your 11th grade year, your 12th grade year, that was already something that you were thinking about. And I know how hard it is, because I have 4 kids and 3 of them are going to college or finished college. So I'm wearing my Long Beach shirt today, and I say that I've gone to Long Beach. I say that I've gone to Davis, that I've gone to USC, and that I've gone to Cal Poly Pullman, because I paid for all of them. So they're my colleges too. But I want to congratulate you, and my wish for you is for all of you, all of our students who are graduating, to be productive people, to be kind people, and to be people who go out and make a difference in the world. And I can see that all of you are going to do that. And I would love for Tracy, if Tracy High School, if you're listening to me, you need to take the clip of where this young man was speaking about Tracy and use that as marketing for Tracy, because I think you said exactly what Tracy is. It's an opportunity for our students to continue growing in a manner that fits them best. So thank you and congratulations. And then can one of you come up and get the stickers? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Just like the rest of the school board, I am incredibly proud of every single one of you guys for not only the accomplishments that you guys have earned and achieved, but being here tonight and sharing all the accomplishments of your students. And I'm sure that you guys were mentors and guides and supported your friends too, and you guys kept each other up. But I also want to recognize all the counselors and teachers and parents in the room. If you guys can please stand up and be recognized. Everybody tonight talked about all the effort you guys put into them, from applications, from reminders to financial aid. So please stand up, you guys, and be recognized. Without you guys, I'm sure they would have had a much harder time finding their way, but they found their way because of you guys. And because of you, they are going to do great, great things. You guys have opened doors for them, and you guys are going to take that opportunity and take it to the next level, fix the problems of the world that we're still trying to fix today. And we know you guys are going to be able to take that on. Thank you for being here, and thank you guys, and congratulations again. We are proud of you. We will now have our spotlight on teaching and learning. We will have a presentation with the LCAP Goal 4, Special Education Support, and IDEA. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Board President Noyola. Here we are again, world premiere, LCAP story number 8. As the screen is coming down, I just want to take a moment to recognize our special education team and the incredible work that they do every day on behalf of our families and students. Here with us this evening is our Director of Special Education, Dr. Soko Verduzco, along with her team members, her supervisors, Stacia Abe, Cheryl Staten. Cynthia Castillo could not be with us this evening, but she is also a supervisor, as well as our TOSA, Hazel Del Mundo, and Joy Dye. In addition to the special education team, we also have our SELPA team, who could not be here this evening, but you'll see some of their work in the video as well, especially with workability. And that includes Dr. Rochelle Chavez, Stephanie Peterson, and Winnie Lee. So I think we're ready. We're ready for our world premiere. So here we go. This is our LCAP story number 8.
Over
Over the course of this school year, we'll be exploring the many ways in which ABC's LCAP positively supports students. Through LCAP Goal 4, ABC is strengthening Tier 1 instruction, expanding inclusive practices, and ensuring students receive the right support at the right time. 50 years ago, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act ensured access to education for all students. Today, in ABC, we go further, ensuring every student experiences belonging, growth, and opportunity.
We promote inclusive practices, differentiated instruction, and evidence-based strategies. This includes universal design for learning to encourage small groups and also working through rotations. We continue to collaborate with our school teams to identify student needs. We review data and also help to implement targeted supports for all teachers.
Students with disabilities are not defined by services. They are writers, thinkers, problem solvers, and leaders in our classrooms. This work is intentional, designed to ensure every student has access to rigorous instruction and meaningful support. In many cases, that support takes the form of adaptive and assistive technology, in which we leverage tools to help students connect directly with the curriculum. We train our special education teachers on the latest technology to personalize and empower our students with disabilities.
One of the things I've really brought up this year is small groups. I really want the students to collaborate with each other and have us teachers there as support. Another thing that we've done is some intentional scaffolding with the students. We really took a step back from the content as a textbook and really looked at the concepts that the students need to know. So we went away from our generic notes to really more guiding notes and graphing organizers.
It is a beautiful thing to see our students being able to interact and engage alongside their peers. We are very fortunate that we have a campus community that is so accommodating and understanding of what we do as a program and what our program goals are for our students. That's the beautiful part of it. We're also intentional about, again, the opportunities that we create for our students. So whether it be our You and Me Club, where we have typically developing peers that are there and ready to work with some of our students in our life program, or our students that are just being involved in classes like leadership or out at PE or in the theater department.
I am been a CAC member for 12 years. So when I first started to go to the LCAP meetings, I went more for my son, who was a freshman, sophomore in high school. It was literally just me and I think one other parent. Now when I go to the LCAP meetings, there's at least like 100 people, which is amazing. And those meetings are something beyond what we could even learn on our own. Our families are essential partners in shaping programs and supports. Their input is gathered through our IEP process, our LCAP engagement opportunities, our community advisory committees, surveys, after our Understanding IEP workshops. All of this feedback that the parents give us is taken into consideration to inform decision making and also to strengthen our district programs and also our services. Working with Workability, I've been in this position for 3 years now, and we onboard students who have IEPs and help them get work experience and get ready for post-college and their career. So I met Ethan when he was a sophomore. We brought him on board. We placed him at City of Artesia. He works in the Parks and Recs. And there's a lot of staff there, and learning how to communicate and work with a lot of group of other students, workers, and staff in that environment really made him confident and more familiar with, oh, this is something I can do. He will be attending Cerritos College next year. He has reached out to me number of times asking, how do I work here full-time?
50 years after the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, our commitment continues to ensure every student thrives, every voice matters, and every future is possible. Visit abcusd.us/LCAP to see how ABC is raising up students and unlocking their future.
So once again, with our LCAP story, it just gives you a short snippet of the great work that's happening. And it only shows a few of our staff. A big thank you to our both our certificated and classified staff behind the scenes that really help to support our students in the classrooms. Our teams in special ed navigate very complex needs, very difficult situations sometimes, and they're constantly problem solving, all the while just trying to focus and support our students. And I also want to say it's a community effort. I want to say thank you to the City of Artesia, who is always open and willing to support our students to workability. And we are excited to continue to pursue partnership efforts with other cities in our district that will hopefully expand opportunities for our students. And now we'll take any questions you may have or comments.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Thank you, guys. Do I have any board comments or questions? Board Member McCann?
Oh, no. Okay. Liz already told me that I need to speak louder, and my microphone wasn't even on. Okay. Again, thank you so much for all the work that you do. Great to see that student placed in the City of Artesia. Hopefully more cities will open up and take our students. But it's so good to hear that there's a plan for every student to succeed, and that you really push them to their potential. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I just make one comment? Because I know you talked about the success of our students. And just this past weekend, we had one of our greatest success. I was a migrant ed teacher, and I had her in kindergarten. She just graduated from USC with her doctorate degree in pharmaceutical. So she was a student in special education over at Artesia High School. So I have to say that kudos to Artesia, kudos to all the teachers that encourage her. She has great support of great family. So it was just very exciting. I was almost in tears when I saw it because I know I was part of that journey, and she didn't believe in herself, and now she's a doctor. So thank you. So yes, we're
Thank
very
you for
excited.
sharing that
Thank
story. Very special, and I'm sure that there's many more stories like that to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Rios?
Thank you for highlighting that, because what I want to say is that the special education label, it doesn't define who students are or what their future is going to be. It asks us to tap into that potential maybe a little bit differently. And also wanted to highlight that email that we got from that parent thanking the Artesia staff and letting us know that her child had graduated with a doctorate degree in pharmacy. Like, how amazing is that? Like, we need to share that story. Because today that we celebrate our college-going culture, we're talking about everybody, right? Regardless of anything. So thank you to the special department today. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation, for the video. I'm very visual, so I love to see that. And I just want to say thank you to you, because I know that you support our students with special needs, but you also support our general ed teachers and giving them strategies, because strategies work for all students, right? Because students learn at different rates, at different abilities, and I truly believe that if we give them what they need, they're going to succeed. They're going to become doctors. So thank you so much, and I just have to give a shout out to my City of Artesia, for supporting our community and making sure that all of our students become, because they are part of our community, and seeing that just really warms my heart. So thank you for working with them, and hopefully we can get other cities to jump on board and give those opportunities to students. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Yu?
Yeah, I'm going to make it very short. Thank you, Dr. Chavez and the team. Catching the special ed students, identifying them, and providing the support that the students need, the families need, and the teachers. That's just all amazing work. And I know that ABC is very, very sought after. Is that correct? Like, students with special ed in different districts want to come here and we don't have enough space for that. That's how successful our program is. Is that correct? We just don't have enough funding for that. That's the challenge. But helping the students early on is really doing service to the society down the road. 10 years, 20 years down the road, we are preventing a lot of damages. So thank you so much for your hard work and your passion.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you so much for the LCAP video. Just like Dr. Rios mentioned, every student needs support, and differentiating that support, it shouldn't matter what label you have, you're gonna get that support here at ABC. Thank you guys for supporting each and every single one of our students, getting them to cross that finish line and open up those opportunities for them. Just really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of May 19th, 2026?
So move, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 5th, 2026 as amended?
So move.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will now move into board reports. Board of Education, President. That's me. I'm going to go backwards tonight. Starting with today, I got to start my day off at Whitman Elementary. I got to visit each classroom with Mr. Marco. I got to see the robotics club. They didn't share it tonight, but they just won second place at a competition over the weekend. So congratulations to them. And I also want to thank Mr. Marco. He will be moving on, but I know his legacy and the shoes, his very stylish shoes that he will be leaving behind are going to be missed. Then after that, I got to visit Kennedy Elementary. I got to visit with Mr. Banco, got to see the new bungalows, and I think that's going to be the theme for a lot of our elementary schools. It's going to be a bungalow year where a lot of our modernization projects are going to be taking part, and a lot of our students are going to be rotating. So I want to thank staff at those elementary schools for taking the time to pack and make that transition. I think this year's been the year of change as well. Yesterday, I was able to visit Cerritos Elementary with Mr. Spratt. We got to see some students having fun in kindergarten, getting ready for promotion, and having, just celebrating all the state testing that they finished. And then after that, I got to visit Stowers Elementary, got to see their Mandarin dual language immersion program. I didn't get to learn any Mandarin that day, but I will try to next time. Then Gonzalez Elementary. Gonzalez Elementary is another excellent school that has been, our hidden gem also in Cerritos. They accomplish a lot, and I know they do a lot. They have theater, they have STEM, they do it all. It's a little bit of everything, and that's what makes Gonzalez special. On May 15th, last Friday, I attended Aloha's Legacy Night. It was a very emotional night for a lot of Aloha students, current and past. We had Aloha students from the 70s come back and take pictures on the playground and the NPR in front of their old classrooms. And I really want to thank the Aloha staff with their leadership, Ms. Robinson, for having a very, very great event. The families had a good time. Mr. Wynn was making hamburgers and hot dogs, so that was a great turnout. So thank you guys, and thank you, Aloha family. May 11th, I attended the Parent PTA Volunteer Appreciation led by our own Vice President, Yokoyama Bui. She did an amazing panel on how PTA can support one another from different schools. So I want to thank you for hosting that. That was a great turnout. May 7th, I attended the Community Family Guidance Center. They had a gala. For those of you who don't know, the Community Family Guidance Center is a mental health resource center that supports ABC students, and they had a fundraiser, and I'm glad that Board Member Mendoza and I were able to attend and help. I also, that same day, attended Cerritos State of the College, our very close community college partner, where they were illustrating the challenges students have enrolling in college. So that just echoes again our counselors, all the hard work they do trying to get our kids enrolled in college and all the work that goes on behind the scenes. So I want to thank Cerritos College for echoing that and reminding us that it takes a lot to get the kids into college. And that morning, I attended the ABC employee breakfast, and I want to recognize our CSEA and AFSCME brothers and sisters in the audience. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I know you guys are here in solidarity. We on the board are also in solidarity with you guys. We acknowledge the hard work and dedication you guys have. You guys, as the classified employees, do a lot behind the scenes that goes, undervalued and underappreciated. So from here tonight, I want to thank you guys for everything you do. It's been a tough year for all of us making big decisions, but you guys have stayed true to ABC, and we will continue to work with you guys. So thank you guys. And with that, that is my report. Superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good evening to everyone. Glad to see everyone here this evening. Just as we approach the final days of the school year, I want to thank our administrators, our teachers, our staff. It has been a long year, and we've had some extra heavy lifting to do and changes. And so I am thankful for the work that everybody does every day to serve our students, to serve their families well. As we gear up for promotions and graduations, I know that's a little bit extra. And so thankful that we're able to celebrate with our families and our students this way. As always, the middle school track meet, the GAR area concert, and the Cerritos area concerts were exciting and entertaining. A fun nights for families, a great afternoon. And along with President Noyola, I want to thank the families who came out for the Aloha Legacy Celebration. It was a really great evening. And I just want to remind everyone that the one for Juarez is this Friday night at 6 o'clock. And it should again be a nice community event where we're celebrating the history and legacy of our schools. As we close this evening, I do want to share that over the last few years, and particularly the last several weeks, some of our schools have been the targets of swatting calls. And the safety of our students, our staff, remains our top priority. And these are very challenging situations that happen. They create serious issues for us, and so we work very closely with law enforcement to make sure that we're following the right steps so we don't step out of line and have some type of tragedy. And so we will continue to do that. Last week, after the third swatting call at one of our schools within a 2-week period, myself with Dr. Lois, our secondary school director, and Mr. Smith, our communication officer, were able to meet with Captain Strong from the Cerritos Sheriff Station and members of his investigative team. We learned that the Sheriff's Department is actively investigating these incidents and have been. They have served warrants as part of this process. However, they've shared that sometimes it's very challenging. These are situations where perpetrators can use web-enabled phones and technology that would allow them to be anywhere in the world doing this. And so as we sadly see more of these hoaxes occurring, please know that we will continue to take every single one of them seriously. We're not going to change in our process. I want to also thank our staff. The feedback we have received from law enforcement about how our staff takes care of whatever the process is, whether it's the lockdown or we have to evacuate, how the students behave. They have said we have done everything correctly, and that's because we continue to do the training and the drills and reminding ourselves what to do if there were to be an emergency. I particularly want to recognize the staff and students at Cerritos High School and Whitney High School. They've taken the brunt of this, and that can be unnerving for kids and families. And so please know that if your child is not okay, we have support. Please reach out to the mental health professionals. We have Care Solace, where we can connect your family with mental health services. This can be unnerving, and while we will continue in our process to do what we're supposed to do in this kind of a situation, it doesn't make it right and it doesn't make it easy. We want to thank our families, our students, our staff for just their patience in this. We walk through whatever comes our way together, and it is challenging, but we will continue to work closely with law enforcement, continue to practice our safety protocols, and continue to do everything we can to make sure that school is the safest place to be every day. So with that, I'll end my report.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. We will now have employee representative reports, starting with ABCFT, Mr. Reger. We will now have our representative from CSA, Brenda Jackson. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brenda Jackson, and I'm the proud labor representative for CSEA Chapter 24. I'm here tonight because classified employees care deeply about this district, students, and the work they do every single day to keep this district running safely and effectively. We are currently in negotiations with the district. Our members are not asking for anything unreasonable. We just demand stability and respect in the workplace, and right now we are being dismissed at the negotiations table. Firstly, we're asking for fair wages that reflect the essential contributions of classified workers. Secondly, we're asking for the district to work with our union on healthcare solutions that are affordable for working families. Moving from a $0 hospitalization copay to $500 is unacceptable and will cause real financial stress for so many members and their families. We are also asking for reasonable notice before major work changes occur, specifically at least 30 days notice for changes to shift hours and at least 5-day notice for work location changes. These requests are not about creating districts or obstacles for the district. They're about giving employees enough time to adjust childcare, transportation, family responsibilities, and second jobs that many workers have to support their families. During negotiations, we proposed these notice protections because we believe communication and planning is beneficial for everyone, not just our employees. And we were disappointed that those proposals were struck through in their entirety. This signals to us that the district is working against us and not with us. Classified employees want to be treated as valued partners, not an afterthought. We're here to create solutions that support employees, strengthen morale, and ultimately benefit students and families across ABC Unified. With all that said, we're hopeful that when we return to the negotiations table, we will be heard and not shut down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now have the representative from AFSCME, Eric Lindheimer.
Good evening. How is everybody tonight? So we have a golden eagle on the school board. Is that right? All right. Let's hear it for the, what is it, the Flying Golden Eagles or the, so I graduated from Michigan State University. I think I'm going to have to contact the Board of Trustees, and we might have to get some recruiters out here to try to get some of the students to go to Michigan State. This is Big Ten territory now, right? So I really appreciate the board giving me some time to talk. I would hope that as I'm up here, that everybody respects my time and withholds from texting while I'm speaking. As some of you know, the last time I was up here speaking, there was a text sent from an administrator working from the district to our union president saying, this is not productive, something like this is not productive and it's disappointing. I've negotiated for 30 years. Labor contracts across the country, Florida, Michigan, and here in Southern California. I've never had somebody from the employer's bargaining team contact and interfere with my relationship with my bargaining team. And it's not the first time that it's happened, and so I have to say that I'm a little concerned about it. This is such a great district. The last time I was here, I said any parent that's lucky enough to send their kids here, that they're really lucky. I listened in amazement about the team that was here and the fact that there are scholar athletes in the district. I played sports growing up when I went to high school. You wouldn't call me a scholar athlete. It was just strictly an athlete. But it's so, it's great to see that kids can excel in both aspects of their life. And ABC School District gives people that opportunity to do it. I think in part they get to do it because of the work that our members provide to the district. Our members, they drive the kids to school, they feed the kids, they keep the kids warm, they cool the kids down, and that learning environment is absolutely crucial. And so I hope that you appreciate and I think that the board does. When I come up here to talk to the board about the situation, I assume that you guys just don't know. And if somebody doesn't tell you our perspective of what's going on, then how could you know? How could you do anything about it? Without any information, you guys are lost without, so you can't do anything about it. But since we've been in negotiations, we've heard a number of times about the school district's budget. That is not a particular pleasant subject for anybody in this room. There's a problem. We have a shrinking population, dwindling resources. There are a ton of difficult decisions to make. But I want to give folks another perspective of a budget. So the district had presented their budget for what the school district budget is. I presented a budget too. The budget that I presented is one of our members that makes $50,000 a year, is a single parent and has 2 children. That person makes roughly $4,166 per month. After taxes, this may be a bad estimate because I think it's actually, they pay more taxes than this. It's about $3,600. The average 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment in Cerritos is around $3,000 a month. I mean, the estimates that I looked up, it was actually a little bit more than that. When you look at their utilities, it's another, on average, $220 a month. Groceries and household essentials, $650 a month. Transportation, but at the time I did this, it was $350 a month. I'm going to guess, I don't know, is the price of gas going up? Who knows what it'll be by the time I get done speaking. Communication, meaning home internet service and a couple of cell phones, or 3 cell phones for the family, that's another few $100s. Now, what does that mean at the end of the month? At the end of the month, it's a monthly shortfall of about $1,265, an annual shortfall of $15,180. And that includes 0 savings, no emergency fund, 0 contingency, no budget for any extracurricular activities, and nothing happen, nothing included if their rent goes up or anything else that happens. And by the way, that doesn't even include car insurance or the cost of car maintenance. And so when we're looking at what the offer is to increase plan design costs for our members and forego very much of a wage increase, that budget is pretty tough. And I just, sometimes we talk about these numbers and they turn into numbers, but I want to try to describe a day in the life of our members. Our member gets up in the morning and has to go to the gas station to put gas in their car. This is what goes on in their mind when they pull that nozzle out. They see the price on the sign. They know how many miles to the gallon their car gets. They know how many miles it is to work and back. They know how many miles they roughly are going to drive for the next few days, maybe the week, maybe until the next paycheck. And they put in enough gas just to get those miles, the required miles that they have to meet. Because a person on this kind of a budget, things are really tough. Then they go to the grocery store after they get off of work. They're not going to the beef section. They're going up and down the aisles, and they're looking for all of the sale items. They're looking for red tags that are 50% off in the grocery store if they can find it. At Ralph's, there's a section in the meat department that sometimes you can find meat that's on sale. That's what our members are going to do when they go to the store. If they're driving down the road and they hear their brakes squeal, the first thing that comes to their mind is, oh my God, that's a $500 expense. Who can I borrow money for so that I can get a brake job? And then do I have friends that I can borrow money from? That's now, not all of our members make that. Some of our members are much higher paid, right? But a lot of our members that's what they go through on a daily basis. And I have to say, I think we can get to an agreement where we're not breaking the bank from the school district's perspective, but I would hope that you guys would look at the budget a little closer and try and give the bargaining committee a little bit more authority so that we can get to an agreement that we can recommend that the members take. Now, I just described to you that budget of one of our members. Now, our members, just so that you know, they count on things being the same month after month after month. It's really hard for them when a curve is thrown at them. And I learned last night, and it was a punch in the gut, that our members that have historically always been allowed that work in food services were told and every year they've been able to work custodian positions over the summer. That is a significant opportunity for our members to be able to work those positions. This year, at the end of the school year, that opportunity was taken away, like a rug pulled out from underneath our members. Our members counted on that money. They weren't told until a week or two ago that there was going to be this change. That is thousands of dollars out of their pocket. if the school district has a change and there's now going to be some food service opportunities over the summer because we're going to help feed the community, that's great. But let's sit down and talk about it so that our members can do both. They can work food services and they can do the custodian job so that they don't lose all of that money that they were counting on for their families. So I would just hope that that maybe you can find it in the budget to give the authority to the bargaining committee to provide that for our members. Finally, the one thing that I want to leave with you is that it was written somewhere long ago that someday the last shall be first and the first shall be last. I would like to think that today is the day that the last can finally be first. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Ray Gare, ABCFT President.
Good evening, President Noyola, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Administrative Cabinet, teachers, nurses, classified employees, and the ABC community. My name is Ray Gare. I'm President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. I'm the tip of the iceberg. My Ask Me partners, that's the tip of the iceberg. Brenda for CSEA, tip of the iceberg. It's what the public sees, is what you see, but underneath the water, there's a lot of us. A lot of us that do the work on a daily basis. Now, I haven't been here for a couple months because we've been in negotiations. And during that time, ABCFT concluded salary negotiations. And we went through a ratification process with our members. Unfortunately, we found administrative irregularities in our voting. And some of our dues-paying members were denied the opportunity to vote. So like any rules-following organization, we fixed our books, we made sure everything was correct, and we went out for a revote because that's what our members wanted. Unfortunately, the TA in the revote did not pass, and therefore the tentative agreement with the district did not bear the fruit that we thought it would bear. We have since shared a survey with our members to find out, we wanted to find out just why they voted it down. And we'll share those results with you if you'd like to see them. They're not secrets. We're going to share them in the Union News. I think it's important that everybody sees where we are in ABC. So it's not just teachers and nurses. There's been a dissatisfaction with the process of negotiations just in general. Maybe not timely enough. I've been at the bargaining table for 25 years, and there's never been a salary agreement that we and the members have voted down. And I think that's a pretty dramatic statement. It's like a flare being shot in the air, right? It means dramatic things need to happen, or we're all going to go down with the ship. Now, I'm not going to go into specifics of the negotiations in public. That's not the way we do business, not currently. And I'd be happy to meet with any of you if you'd like to talk about it. The specifics of what we want and what we think is reasonable. We also need to know how to, survey our members so we can find out how we move forward and get back to the table. Last year's teachers and nurses and classified brothers and sisters did not receive a raise. The cost of living for all Americans is increasing. And this year, the cost of living is going up again. And again, the buying power of ABC employees is decreasing with every year, thanks to inflation, thanks to the cost of living. There is uncertainty and unrest among the employees, and it's beginning to show in our ranks as teachers who had any misgivings about the future of their future in ABC are now about to flee to other local high-paying districts or higher-paying districts. The exodus is beginning, and those hard-to-staff positions of like special ed, dual language, speech and language, and nurse positions will be even harder to fill as people vote with their feet about what they think the priorities are in our district. On top of that, we've stretched out negotiations and squandered opportunities. Most districts are doing retirement incentives so they can make sure that they keep some of the innovative, energetic young teachers. Whereas in ABC, we're going to let them go because we have not thought hard about consolidations and how that is going to strip our schools. If we have 200 people at the end of the salary schedule for teachers, a prime opportunity to have some kind of a retirement incentive. We didn't take that opportunity. I know that there's a path forward. That path is not filled with tons of concessions from employees, such as increasing class sizes or taking a buzzsaw to our health benefits. It's a time where the district meets the employees, just as the teachers have adjusted to meet the students where they are, coming back from the pandemic. We have needs too. First things first. But I want to take this opportunity to thank all those temporary teachers that are being let go. It's a shame that we train them and they're going to go away and they're going to help some other district to be better. We missed an opportunity. We still have another shot at the apple, but this was a big one. Now, part of our PAL is that we don't let each other fail. I think we are at a crisis. And if we don't look at what we're doing, we will fail. So let's have some tough conversations. Let's see what we can do and so we can stabilize the ship. These people are here because they're worried. They're worried about their futures. And on a positive note, it's been a hell of a year. These people have worked so hard. Administrative staff worked so hard. You've worked so hard. And you've seen improvements. You asked for those. You asked for more and more, and your employees have given it to you. We hope you show the same kind of thought for us. Thank you.
I want to thank the employee representative reports. We're going to go into public comments now.
Well, I'd like to ask staff for some information. So I know during public comment and reports, we don't, sometimes as board members, we don't want to comment, but I can't sit here and not listen to our staff. And so there were some concerns that were brought up by our bargaining unit, so I'd like staff to address them and make sure that they give us an answer. As far as the text message, I'm really concerned about that. So I'd like to know what went on with that. And then letting our staff know the week before that they can't do custodial work, what went on with that. Because just like any public comment, I know the superintendent always gets back to them. And so if our bargaining units come up and have concerns, then we want to make sure that we get that information. Because I never want our staff to think that we don't care, that we're not listening. So I don't know if I speak for my colleagues, but that's something that I personally would like to know. And I just want our staff to know that we hear you. We sit here and we hear you. I hear you. And so I want that information. I want to make sure that communication continues between our bargaining units, between negotiations, because I am a union member. I'm UTLA. So I understand negotiations, and I understand that the only way to move forward is to talk to each other, is to have conversations. And so I'm gonna make sure that my voice, my concern, that as a district, we need to make sure we're listening to our staff, our bargaining units, and that we continue those conversations to move negotiations along faster. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. I will work with staff to get you those.
Thank
to
you.
To get the rest of the board that information. Thank you. Public comments, please.
It's my turn again. Okay. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be more than 15 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any non-English speaker who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to speak. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, the district does not verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes. Each will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be more than 6 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in bylaw 9323. And we do have some public comments. Our first public comment is Devanshi Saul. And you're going to see on the podium there's an iPad, and it's going to be 5 minutes, and it should let you know your countdown. Okay?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Devanshi Sahu, and I am currently Student Council President of Gonzalez Elementary. I recently started a petition supporting the return of the Catalina Island field trip and advocating for more overnight outdoor education opportunities for elementary students. So far, the petition has received 257 signatures from students, parents, and community members. 147 of those were from the Gonzalez students, and the rest, 110, were actually from parents and community members. One thing I really appreciate about the ABC Unified is that the district really encourages students to make their voices heard and values inclusivity and student involvement. That's why I really wanted to come here today, to share the voices of students who care about these experiences. As grade levels continue changing and 5th grade becomes the final year of elementary school, I believe that students deserve meaningful experiences that can help celebrate and complete that stage of school. Right now, Irvine Ranch, yes, I agree, is a very valuable trip, but it's only 1 day long, and many students would benefit from opportunities that are longer, more immersive, and allow for deeper learning, independence, teamwork, and connection with their classmates. Trips like Catalina Island gave students hands-on science education and experiences they might not have otherwise have access to. Even if Catalina Island itself cannot fully return, we hope the district will consider expanding its outdoor education opportunities and exploring additional camp options for future students. I am here today because students care about these experiences, and I hope that our voices can also be part of the conversation. Thank you for your time and listening to students in our district.
Okay. Don't leave because I'm going to give you a sticker. Today's sticker day. Come on up here for using your student voice. Our next speaker, if you can come to the podium, is Saktivihan Sorovankumar. Did I say that correct? You can correct me. You can correct me. You can say it again.
Just say Sakti. Sakti's fine.
You ready?
Yeah, do we just tap it to start it?
I'm going to tap it for you.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Sakti, and I'm a sophomore at Whitney High School. I'm speaking today on behalf of my partner and I would first like to commend ABC Unified for being such an excellent school district, providing each school and student with the resources they need, whether that be college resources, free lunch, or simple financial aid. Throughout this meeting, we have talked about the various resources that ABC Unified has provided, some which I didn't even know about beforehand. I want to address a looming concern over the district, something that has been talked to death during this meeting, which is our budget situation and our financial situation. I'm aware of some of the actions being taken to combat this issue, such as the consolidation and reconfiguration of several elementary schools. I am here to add, if the problem ever gets worse, which is a real possibility, I urge the board to avoid cutting any of our programs, no matter how big or small. Programs like Excel, ABC Excel, have and will benefit many students, along with other smaller programs. It is tempting to cut spending to combat this arising issue. I am urging the board that whatever action be taken to avoid simply cutting programs. Austerity can work, but it would be more beneficial to students and to the district to find other areas to cut spending first. I'm aware there is a purchase order being discussed today about $30,000 worth of school supplies. Maybe there's a way to have a better deal on that. Maybe we can reduce the prices, find cheaper school supplies instead. You could also review the contracts you're making and see if you're overpaying. There are better ways to cut spending before cutting programs, so I urge the board to take this route instead of before taking austerity. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. You want a sticker too? I'm giving away stickers to
yes.
students who come and use their student voice. They're my last one, so thank you so much. And we have one more speaker, David Pileman.
This is the second meeting that I've come to with a prepared statement, and when I got here, I found that the ground rules had been changed. So I appreciate Mr. Smith talking to me about the situation with TV, but that's what I came to talk about tonight. So I've had a rocky history with Frontier Communications, and it appears that maybe you're having a rocky history with Frontier as well. So I think it's very important that we try to restore the television broadcast of these meetings. There's a number of reasons for that, but for anybody that happened to read the press telegram today, you'll notice that they were talking about this new SB 707, which expands the requirements for public participation in local government meetings. And so what they're asking you to do is to allow people to phone in and ask questions, make public comments, and obviously it's difficult for them to do that if they can't see things on TV. And I realize that if anybody happened to pay attention to the last council meeting of Cerritos, there was a little bit of a little hectic in trying to field phone calls from the public. Interesting enough, one person called from overseas to be heard. So as I told President Noyola last week, I appreciated watching him on TV at my house as he speaks to the Hawaiian Gardens City Council. It's an important thing to transmit information. So the superintendent has just talked to you tonight about the swatting thing. Wouldn't it have been important for the public to be able to hear her comments about that? So I would ask that maybe you put some more pressure on someone with Frontier, Spectrum, whomever, to get that on the back on the television, so that everyone knows what's going on. It might have been a number of people that can't come here and would have liked to have heard the union comments tonight. There may be something later in the meeting that comes up that is of a lot of interest to the public. So I think it's very important that you try to get these meetings back on television and whatever you need to do that. I came prepared to ask you to spend some money because I understood that the problem was here, not with Frontier Communications or with Spectrum. But Mr. Smith informs me that the problem appears to be with Frontier. So let's see if we can get that taken care of. Let's put whatever pressure needs to be put on to get that resolved. Thank you.
President,
Yes, Board.
Dr. Zillow and Mr. Smith, I would appreciate a follow-up on this because this did come up several times with the older community members that they want to have access to the TV. And yeah, this has been ongoing for many months, so really appreciate it if this can be followed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more public comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. We will now move into the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any items to be considered separately? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes votes were cast for consent items 1.3C, 3.1C, 3.2C, 3.3C, 3.4C, 3.5C, 3.9C, 3.10C, 3.12C, 3.13C, 3.14C without any additional comments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action items. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2530 to order biennial governing board elections on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026 to fill the unexpired term of Trustee Area 5.
So moved.
Second, Tatiana.
Thank you. Dr. Zillow.
Thank you. In originally bringing our resolution forward, the directions from LACO did not indicate to us clearly that they wanted them to be separate. And so in approving the consent items tonight, you made the previous resolution that was approved just for the 3 full-term trustee years, and this is to fulfill the Trustee Area 5 last 2 years.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 1.4A. Oh, 6-0, sorry. Action item 1.4A. May I have a motion to approve the new school year choice, school of choice priority for the 2027-2028 school year?
So move, McCatton.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, President Noyola. Good evening, board members. So, to be consistent with the current practice of the current year for the 2 schools that were consolidated, for phase 2, we are asking for approval from the board that would provide families who attend currently or will be attending Ferguson and Stowers next year, due to the consolidation, that they would be guaranteed their first 2 choices in the school of choice process, should they decided to request a school of choice other than their home schools after the 26-27 school year. So this recommendation is consistent with the practice of the phase 1 schools, and also based on directions from the board in the past. So with that, we've asked for the board approval with this priority given to those 2 schools.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 1.5A. May I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 4040, employee use of technology?
Tatiana motions.
Second, McCatton.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to start off tonight because we're going to move forward some of these to the board tonight for approval. But I just wanted to thank the Legislative Policy Committee. They've done an excellent job. So I just want to thank them for their time, their thoughtfulness, and discussion. They've done an amazing job, and so I feel really proud of the work that the committee has done. With that being said, we're bringing forward tonight revised board policy and administrative regulations 4040, employee use of technology. These employees of technology govern employees' use of district technology resources. They've been updated to reflect our current standards. Last reviewed upon adoption in April of 2009. These policies were revised using the latest CSBA samples and incorporated the district's newly established AI use guidelines.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Board Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Sorry. Call you Mr. Mendoza. Thank you, Mr. President. On page 110, and I think I saw it somewhere else, but I just want to go back to number 17 on 110, and it says employees have no reasonable expectation of privacy in the use of any district technology. Is there a way to add wording in there that says if they use our Wi-Fi?
So, in that part specifically, it's talks about the search and district property under employees' control. We can always amend language if you feel that that's something that you guys the board would like to recommend to put in there.
Because I'm an employee of a district, and I know that when I'm using my district's Wi-Fi, then I have it's open to the public. So I would like our employees to know that they don't necessarily have to use their personal device. And if they have their personal device, they have the option to not use our Wi-Fi. I think that needs to be clear to everybody, because sometimes it's not clear, and sometimes when I walk into my building, my phone automatically picks up the school's Wi-Fi. I personally turn it off. So I don't know how we can word it so that it's known to our employees that that's what
We can work on some language and bring it back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say.
So are we gonna vote on it as is, or are we gonna wait for his amendment?
Board Clerk Mendoza, would you like
Would you like me to make an motion for amendment?
Well, I thought he was gonna work on some language, so.
But do you want a motion so that we can direct staff to do that, or do you want him just work on it?
I trust them to make changes.
Okay,
Yes.
if the board is okay with Dr. Frazier and his team to make those changes, as directed by Clerk Mendoza, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0. Action item 1.68, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 4111, recruitment and selection?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing forward revised board policy 411, recruitment and selection this evening. It outlines the district's hiring processes for certificated personnel. Last revised in August of 2022. The policy has been updated to incorporate enhanced diversity initiatives, modernized job postings and recruitment procedures, and revised non-discrimination language regarding off-duty cannabis use, while strictly maintaining compliance with drug-free workplace requirements.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's a great policy. All of it looks good. The first part talks about we want students to benefit when the district staff reflect the racial, ethnic, linguistic, and cultural diversity of the district. That's great. But when you get down to the third paragraph, additionally, the superintendent or designee shall, through the recruitment and selection process and procedures, seek to establish and maintain a diverse staff, including active recruitment. I think that active recruitment is a great idea. That is definitely something that's permissible, but I'm a little concerned that somebody might look at our this thing that says selection processes and construe that in a way which would be inappropriate legally. So I'm wondering if we can strike the word selection. I'm okay with the processes and procedures because that's facially neutral. But I'm wondering if there's some consensus that we strike the word selection. So that way it doesn't inappropriately, somebody out there may sue us because we are selecting in an inappropriate way. So I'll make an amendment to take out the word selection.
Do we want to look at the because the title of the board policy is recruitment and selection. So I don't know if that can stay, and then is what you're saying, that stays, and then we would.
The title doesn't necessarily determine everything, but it's the words within the actual.
Yeah, I just
thing
wanted
that
to
will
clarify.
Be actionable by somebody else.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other board discussion, board member Rios.
I think a lot of our equity work has been to do exactly what the board policy seeks to do. So I don't know what other language we could place for recruitment and selection. That's what we're gonna do to try to get more people to apply for any job openings.
So I have no problems with the recruitment because that's legally, we should actually be recruiting at as many good locations as we possibly can to reflect the cultural, racial, and linguistic diversity of our district. The issue I have is the word selection, as if we're going to pick a person solely potentially on those specific bases. I'm okay with the process, procedures, recruitment, establishing and maintain. Even the goal is good, but the word selection, I think, exposes us to some disgruntled person who didn't get the job to accuse us inappropriately. And so that's why I'm okay with it even being in the title, because that's not necessarily operative words. It's part of what we want. But within the language of the actual thing, I just don't want to, I want all these goals. I just don't want us to, you know, I don't want to be in closed session discussing this.
I disagree. I think that that's working under the judgment that someone's going to be selected that isn't qualified based on these other things. I think our staff, we trust them to select the person that is the most qualified to do the job.
If I may, I think what President Nishii is getting at is we try and recruit people that are diverse, that would reflect our students and our community. If you look down further, the selection is really about picking the best candidates. And so I think to eliminate that wouldn't change the process of us looking for people, but we're saying later in the policy that when we go to select, we're looking for the best person.
Correct. So that's why in the bottom portion, I'm not objecting to that portion because we're going to select the best. The top portion.
And I like to think that these are coming from CSBA, meaning they vetted. I mean, they're drafted by lawyers.
So I go to CSBA. In fact, I just went to CSBA recently, and we don't actually vet these. It goes out to every of the districts. So there are 300 members, or actually 300 directors. We don't vet this specific language. We usually have a committee of specific people, but they don't go over the ones that go out to the board specifically. So it's usually just the bare, it's not necessarily, how do you say, they don't get sued over this stuff. We do. So I prefer that we, I'm not saying that we don't have the word processes and procedures and recruitment and maintain and establish diverse staff. Active recruitment from institutions, that's what we should be doing. I just don't want to, again, find somebody who sues us, exposes us to some suit over something that isn't really part of what would actually be selected. Down below, we do talk about how we select the best. Perfectly fine with that. And we select the best based upon a lot of good things. I just don't want us to, again, they are not perfect. CSBA is not a perfect entity that never makes a mistake. They make plenty of mistakes.
If I may, we could ask legal counsel to consider, and if they feel it could be exposing us, then we could eliminate just the word, and if not, then we could retain.
Okay.
Board Clerk Mendoza.
Yes, Mr. President, I think Dr. Zillo has a great process for us to ask legal counsel, because I know you're an attorney and you kind of know more than us, but I think for this one, maybe ask our legal counsel. Will it be brought back to us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm.
Let's just bring it back when they actually give us that
We can
opinion,
bring it
so I
back.
know what
Okay.
we actually decided.
Thank you.
Okay, we will bring this item back at a future meeting. Thank you.
It's good. Great. I'm a lawyer. I would use that. Yes.
Motion to move it to
Second.
the next meeting.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will bring this back at a future meeting. Thank you. Action item 1.78, may I have a motion to approve the new board policy 4131, staff development?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are bringing forward new board policy 4131, staff development. As we've been updating a lot of our board policies and regulations, we found that things have been misnumbered or they're in the wrong sections. And so this is one of those areas where we found, and it was noted that staff development policy was inaccurately classified as BP 6162.8 within the 6000 instructional series. And then to align this with the CSBA policy guidelines, which correctly place staff development under the 4000, which is personnel series, the policy was deleted from the 6000 series, and then we're bringing it forward as the properly numbered.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 1.8A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 5118.3, enrollment procedures for Whitney High School?
Tatiana motions.
Second, McCatton.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to turn this one
Dr.
over to
Castro.
Dr. Castro.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Normally, we just review the item itself, but because there have been in the past questions, and there's a little math involved here, so I thought a visual would be helpful for us as I review some of the key components of the BP and the AR. I will review some of the line items with you, but I wanted to give you an overview first before we go through the actual items themselves. So you have a copy of the presentation, and it is posted, will be posted for the public to view. All right, based on a previous board meeting where the board gave direction to adjust the policy, also in regards to school consolidation and moving a whole grade level up, I just want to point out some key consistent components because there are some things in the policy that have been consistent over time and will continue to be consistent. Per direction given by the superintendent and the board, we have a total of 165 enrollment seats for qualifying resident students and children of employees. That has not changed. So that has been a consistent number that we've had in the past, and that will continue to be so. Also consistently is that we have the 75th percentile, that students must receive a composite score of 75th percentile based on the district writing assessment and a standardized assessment in ELA and math. So they must meet that minimum requirement in order to qualify and receive an offer of admissions for Whitney, and that's always been the case, so that did not change. And as always, our board policy around Whitney admissions really tries to ensure equity of opportunity and access across the district because it considers ensuring enrollment from the various geographic attendance areas and also offerings to each of the elementary schools. So that way we can make sure all schools, all geographic attendance areas are represented and following state law as well. All right, so this is where it can get a little confusing, so that's why I wanted to make sure I kind of show you a side-by-side. First of all, when we talk about the 27-28 admissions cycle, that means the activities that the staff would be doing in this coming school year in 26-27, because we're preparing to admit the class that's going to go in on the 27-28 admissions cycle. During that time, we will have 17 elementary schools, as opposed to currently we have 19 elementary schools. So that changes the numbers a little bit because we have 17 schools. In that same year, we're going to have 2 incoming grade levels. So it's going to be both 6th and 7th grade that'll be coming into Whitney. That means that staff has to have processed double the applications, because now it's both 5th and 6th grade, process double the writing essays and score them, and test probably double the number of students in order to make sure that we have an incoming class. So that's going to be for that year only. That's why sometimes throughout the policy you'll see for 1 year only for that specific year, because that's going to be the only year we have that issue. Then also based on the direction from the board, we also have added 23 non-resident offers of admission at each grade level. So at each grade level that is existing at Whitney High School, which will in the 27-28 cycle include 6th grade, right? So it's 7 grades, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. There will be an additional 23 seats at each of those grade levels. Okay? And then last but not least, and I'll show you a little bit of this, due to some of the math, in order to remain consistent with the 165, there were additional 6 seats for impacted schools for the consolidation in elementary. So I'll show you why, where the number 6 came from and how that's going to be redistributed. The following year, in the 28-29 admission cycle, please note that there will be 15 elementary schools at that point. There will only be 1 incoming grade level, which will be the 6th grade, and we will continue to offer those 23 non-resident offers of admission at each grade level. And then additional 10 seats for impacted middle schools. Now remember, it depends how many seats are left open once a student is continuing, right? So let's say for those 23 seats, we have all 23 seats filled in 10th grade. They go up to 11th grade, nobody leaves, all students stay. Then there's not going to be any space available to take additional students. Okay. All right, so let me walk you through some of the different groups that are offered admission. And here's a little bit of the math to show you how we've done this in the past. So currently, we have about 152 students that are from our enrolled resident students. So these are students who are currently attending ABC schools. And I'll show you what I mean by groups 1 and 2, but that's the resident student pool is 152. Then for group 3, we have private school resident students. That's always been the same number of admission offers, which is 10, and that continues to be so. And then group 4, we have students of permanent employees, which is 3, and that number will continue to be so. What's new, as I mentioned, is availability for non-resident students. That would be group 5. So you see in the AR, there's a whole new section for non-resident students, as well as in the BP. So total for your incoming class is 188. Okay, so typically in the past, we've always only admitted 165. Now we will be admitting 188. All right, for groups 1 and 2, here's the order in which we provide and we conduct our offers of admission. First of all, after we test students, we have a composite score, and we look for all qualifying students, right? And then we rank order all qualifying students by geographic attendance by middle school. So we rank order all the students who who live in the FEDI attendance area, the top 20. Top 20 for Ross, top 20 for Tesla, Carmenita, etc. Right? For our 5 schools, that's a total of 100 seats. Then we look at then after those top 20 are ranked, then we redistribute by elementary schools. In those elementary schools, we have 2 seats for each of the 17 elementary schools for a total of 34 enrollment offerings. And then we, as stated in the policy, we have 12 elementary schools with the highest 5th grade enrollment will receive 1 more offer of admission, which means 12. That'll be a total of 46 seats for our elementary schools. So that means an additional way to offer enrollment offerings. When you do the math between those 2, typically, and I'll go back to this slide, we had 152, right? Well, when we do the math here, we now only have 146. That leaves us 6 additional seats because of that reduction of 2 school sites. And so in order to be equitable and make sure we're accounting for the fact that, some of our schools will be taking on more students, we're going to offer 1 additional seat to each of the 6 schools most impacted by school consolidation for this 1 year only. And that includes for the area of Juarez, that's Burbank, Kennedy, and Whitman. That means those 3 schools are receiving the most students from Juarez Elementary School. For Aloha Elementary, it will be Melbourne, Palms, and Willow. So each of those schools will receive 1 more seat, 1 more offering of admission. So here's our math. This just summarizes everything I just talked about so that you can see it. Remember that the 10 private school resident students stays the same, 3 students of permanent employees stays the same, and then we have the same process. So again, totaling to 165. Now we're going to move to the following school year. In the following school year, we're going to have 15 elementary schools. So this creates a different type of math issue, right, of seats that are available. In this year, this is when all of our middle schools have now been impacted by taking on an extra grade level, right, because they've all taken on the additional 6th grade. So rather than having 20 offers of admission for each of the 5 middle schools, they each get 2 more seats. So for a total of 22 per school. So now Fedi will have 22, Haskell 22, etc., for a total of 110 seats. So again, this is 2 additional seats per geographic attendance area due to that school consolidation. For attending elementary schools, now we have 2 offers of admission for the 15 schools for a total of 30. Again, same as before, 12 schools with the highest 5th grade enrollment, get in 1 more offer of admission, another 12, for a total of 42 seats. So when we do the math there, again, keeping all those other factors consistent, we're back to our 165. And this is how it's going to be moving forward. Okay. So again, the exception year is the 1 year where we have to take 2 grade levels in, and then the following year, it will continue moving forward. All right, so this is new now. Our group 5, this is our non-resident students who must apply to be accepted into Whitney High School. So also per our board direction, we wanted to have some consideration for students who are currently on inter-district permits at our school sites. So we are allotting of the 23 seats, 15 seats for students who have been enrolled in ABC schools on an inter-district permit for a minimum of 2 consecutive years. So as long as it's been 2 consecutive years, and staff has a way to check that on the enrollment, and again, meeting the qualifications of the application requirements, then those 15 seats would be offered. And then for 8 of those enrollment seats would be for students who are new to ABC and non-residents. So they have not attended our school prior, maybe they're new to our surrounding district and they would like to be part of our programming and haven't had the opportunity. And so those would be the 8 seats for a total of 23. The application requirements, those are going to be based on what a typical inter-district permit requires, which is eligibility verification. We will have an application that they will have to submit online and make sure that they follow the posted deadlines. We will be requesting end of year report cards for 2 consecutive years, whether they're in ABC or outside of ABC. We'll be taking a look at their SBAC assessment reports and ensuring that they are scoring at a level 3 or higher in both English and math. And we will have additional standardized testing as we do with our private school students, and also be administering the district writing assessment. So next steps in terms of timeline, just to give you some more information, we do plan to post an updated FAQ for families following the pending approval of this new board policy in AR. And that should be posted and then distributed via Parent Square and newsletters by June 15th. We will then release the non-resident application requirements by July 1st, so at the start of the new fiscal year. And then our application window is going to open earlier this year because we have the double number of students. Our staff will need more time to process because we will have to verify certain components of the application. So we will begin September 1st and close on September 30th for both resident and non-resident families. Testing sessions, again, the window will be double the amount of time. It used to be about a month and a half. We're going to at least have 2 months of testing windows. Most likely, typically we've done after school, we most likely will have to do some Saturday sessions because of what we expect may be a large number of applications. And so those dates will be determined. And then our goal, as always, is to offer notification for offers of admission before the schools of choice release in early 2027, so that there's not a huge impact to our school sites who are awaiting their schools of choice numbers. So as we try to meet that goal every year, coordinating with CWA to make sure we have those notifications go out before schools of choice happens. And that's the conclusion of the overview. And when we look at the actual board policy, you can see the board policy itself has not been modified much, except to just provide on page 124, it talks about the allocation of a portion of available seats to non-resident students. I did clean up language to include the 6th grade and also to remove the designation of a grade level because we have 2 grade levels coming in. I just said incoming, right? To make sure that that was clear. And then I just wanted to provide some clarity around the writing assessment to make sure that our families understand it's a district writing assessment that is being given. The wait list, it's not that it's removed, there still is a wait list, but that's really should be in the AR process. So I took the opportunity to clean that up a little bit and remove that in the BP. Moving on to the AR for page 126, again, just clarification. There's some definitions that we added there to provide clarity. There's no really changes. Again, there's just clarifications. The biggest changes you'll see is page 127, which is under 6A, the 28-29 admission cycle. And this is what I showed you up on the PowerPoint presentation, where the additional 2 offers for middle schools for a total of 22 per middle school. Under 6B for 27-28, the additional offer of admission for each of the 6 schools most impacted, and those are the breakdown for Juarez and Aloha that I showed you. And then at the bottom of page 128, you can see the additional language around non-resident students' admissions and wait lists.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Mr. Nishi?
Thank you. I want to commend the committee for the hard work and going through all these specific issues. I like the way they implemented Ms. Mendoza's recommendation that we have a 2-year consecutive 15 seats for those students. But I wanted to just make sure that the ratio of if you're in district and you have the 165 total seats, and there's how many people actually applying for those seats? I mean, whatever the 6th grade is, right?
Right. There's for the 152 seats that normally would be our 6th grade students. It's just whatever enrollment we have at that grade level because all students are eligible as long as they're resident and enrolled in our school.
Correct. How many was that?
The past few years, it's fluctuated, but it's anywhere between 1,100 to 1,300 students.
1,100 and 1,300 students. Okay. And the reason I ask is that I just want to make sure how many out-of-district kids who've been here for the last 2 years are there that would be eligible to take this particular test?
Again, it depends on the grade level.
Understood.
It's about 150.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is make sure that we're not actually disproportionately benefiting out-of-district kids in getting into Whitney, because we know how people will game the system to do that. And so I wanted to make sure that this math, and I know it's in unspecific, right? Because every year it will change. But roughly, if the ratio is somewhat close, 15 seats to the 150 versus the 150 seats to the 1,300 or 1,100, that particular ratio, if that is somewhat fair.
I think the challenge for us is we don't know how many outside applicants will actually apply. This is our first time ever doing that. I don't have historical reference points for
But
that.
there's a universe, because we know the universe of the 2 consecutive years, right? The total maximum universe is this 150.
That's assuming they all apply and qualify.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. In fact, it's not even whether they qualify, because It's only going to be a certain percentage of those. So that's why I'm saying the total maximum universe is 150. If we could just make sure that the ratio is fair, that's all. Just want to make sure that it's fair for the residents who are trying to do this, that they have the same exact chance as the person, or roughly the same chance, not disproportionate again, to the person who just comes in from outside of the district and comes in for 2 years, and they score maybe slightly even less than a resident student, and then we'll have a big problem on our hands, right?
I'll answer that question, Mr. Nishi. The ratio for outside districts is about 10%,
Mhm.
15 over 150, right?
Yep.
The ratio for in-district, 152 over about 1,300 is about 12%.
Okay.
So in-district has a little bit of an edge, more of
So
an
that's good.
advantage. Yes.
That's what I need to know. That's what people need to know, I think. The 23 that, I guess we're going to do this kind of fast. So you're saying like maybe the following year, high school 12th grade will get 23 students?
If students apply and they
Yes.
want to come in at those grade levels, we will be
Theoretically,
considering
we
it.
could have, yeah, 23 at each level. So that's pretty fast, and I'm presuming that we have a plan to actually accommodate all this. I'm just going to presume that can happen in 2 years. That's not a question that's here on the policy. I understand that, so I'm not going to ask that question. But if somebody, say, sophomore or freshman, it doesn't happen often, but out of the 23, if they drop out, is that seat replaced with an in-district person or an out-district person?
Now, the 23 seats are allotted to out-of-district.
Only out of
individuals.
district. So in-district
Right.
people could not qualify for those seats. But by the same token, out of the 165, if
Exactly.
anybody drops out of that, then those seats are specifically and only for in-district kids who are on the waiting list.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. The 8, I guess this is even the hardest, but maybe in a year or so, we'll have to come up with some numbers as to who actually takes this test and what the ratio of success is. So that way we can make sure the metric is, oh, I went to a different school district and it was so much easier to get into Whitney than if I actually paid money to buy a house in Hawaiian Gardens, Artesia, Lakewood. Instead, I went to someplace less expensive and had an easier time to get in. So those numbers can't come in until you know how many people take the test, right?
Correct.
But that's going to could potentially be a huge number.
It
So-
could potentially, yes. I mean,
Right.
it's unknown, and since Whitney has a strong reputation across the state, it wouldn't be unheard of that we would have a large number. But part of our work with the department and with Mr. Scott Smith would be to make sure that we're advertising this out once you approve this, so that we could let the public know that we are going to be open to non-resident students.
So 8 seats. So to get the same rough ratio, that would be 80? Yeah. That's easy math. All right. So if less than 80 take that test, then they have a better chance from outside the district. And if more than 80 take the test, then it's harder from outside the district, which I think is a good thing. All right. I think that's the last. Thank you very much for the work. It's not easy. There's a lot of people who are going to nitpick this. Not nitpick. I mean, that's not the right word. They're going to justifiably look at every little scenario that's out there and work through it. So I applaud you for the courage to even take this up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. We actually had one public comment, so we're going to go back to that.
Yes, Mr. President. We have Mrs. Carla Santa Cruz. Would you like to speak now?
We can do it at the end. We thought it was connected to the items. Okay, we can have you go at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. We'll go back to board discussion. Board Member McCann.
Dr. Castro, just a clarification. So 8 seats, students who are new to ABC or non-residents, and they're going to apply during that September 1st through September 30th window. Is there a limit on the number of applications we would take?
No, there's not a limit on the number we will take, but not all of them will qualify.
Right.
Right, because we have to review them for, we will set parameters for qualification, and then those who qualify will then be able to test for Whitney.
So we'll just have to wait and see how that all plays out.
Yes, we will. I do want to just publicly acknowledge the Special Programs Department as well as Elementary Curriculum. They do handle a large majority of this. We have one person who's in charge of all this testing and analysis. And so we will definitely be kind of bolstering some additional supports for outside help, help with Saturday proctoring and after hours proctoring, because we will not be able to do it with just the limited staff that we have.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Thank you, Board Member McCann. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Dr. Castro and your team. And as you highlighted, there are many behind the scenes who will be working on this project. As we end the school year, you all will just be getting started to ensure that this goes as well as we can hope. I do want to also note, and thank you for the presentation as well. I'm someone who needs an illustrative view of this, so it helps. On new Group 5 application, page 9 of the PowerPoint, and then page 129 of the AR. From the middle of the page, a little bit below, from the pool of qualified applicants, the district may allocate up to 8 seats for applicants, up to 15 seats for applicants. So we're kind of setting a max of how many out of district kids could potentially come in, understanding as Board Member Nishii had presented, if it could potentially adversely affect our fairness, I guess, as to residents and non-residents. Is that why that language has been indicated as up to?
Yeah, in working with legal counsel, up to made sure that we were establishing a set parameter so that we're not going above that number. And so it's basically holding us to that number as a max.
Okay, and then, but in the event we're seeing any type of, I guess, for lack of a better word, gamesmanship in the next couple of years where we're not happy with potentially what's happening with non-residents having a better advantage than others, would we consider, is that something that the district has thought about, would we consider changing that number potentially?
We would have to bring it back for review if we're going to change that number. Yeah.
Okay. And again, Dr. Frazier did mention earlier for the Legislative Policy Committee team, I do want to thank them as well, as this is the type of policy they review. The district does not need to give our committee members, they're not required to, but they allow our committee members who are community members to come and opine and bring their considerations for these policies. So I do want to thank the community members who take their time to do that and do it very well. Thank you.
Vice President Yokoyama Bui, just a point of clarification in my explanation of up to 15 seats and up to 8. It also that language is also being used because we may not have enough that qualify. So that's why it's up to 15, because if you only have 10 that qualify, you're not going to offer to all 15. It's only for qualifying, for students who meet that minimum of the 75th percentile, qualifying number, composite score. So just to clarify that.
Thank you. So that 75 percentile composite score is one of the requirements. If you're not on that list, you wouldn't be considered as the top part of the list, I guess.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to first thank you because this is a lot easier to understand than the actual policy. So I have a question. Could we add this on our website? Because I know when parents are reading this, it's really hard, but this is easier to understand. And I think you guys did an amazing job of explaining it in visuals and simpler format for parents. So
Yes, thank you. We will be posting it with the board materials, but we're also mention the FAQ. I'll make sure I connect it in there so
Yeah,
that when parents look for Whitney admissions and look for the FAQs, this will be a part of it.
this was very good. And just to clarify, how many students are we allowing out of the district? Like out of the district, haven't been here for 2 years?
8.
Eight students. And I just want to remind the community that the reason we did this and we opened this up to out of district students is because we need to attract new families. We need to bring in enrollment because we have declining enrollment, and this is a great way to attract families to come to our district. It's 8 students. They have to qualify. They have to take the same test as our students. We also have students who will be here with us for 2 years that we're going to also give them opportunity. And as an educator, if you've been here for 2 years, you're my kid. Like you're ABC already. And we have to try doing things differently, because if not, we're going to be in the same situation that we are now with declining enrollment. And the beauty of being on the board is that you can change policy. We can come back in a year or two, and if this is not working, if the whole process isn't working, we can change it. That's the great thing about being on the board. If we're not here as board members, the following board members can do this. But I think we have to remind community the reason we're bringing these 8 students from out of the district is to grow our enrollment. And I can guarantee you that these students who come, they're going to talk to family members. They're going to talk to their neighbors and say, hey, why don't you come and go to ABC Unified? So it's a great way. We have this amazing school that can really be something that's just beautiful to bring to our school district, to bring more students in, and to be very diverse and just to be open to student enrollment. So thank you so much for taking the time to do this, because it's a lot. And I know that looking forward the next couple years, it is going to be a lot of work for staff. And I understand that we make policy, but you staff are the ones who really make it come to fruition. So I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member, you.
Thank you, President Noyola. Thank you, Dr. Castro and the team for clarifying and simplifying the Whitney admission, because we as board need to fully understand. And of course, it'll take some time for us to fully understand. I had to understand this and study it and ask questions several times. But the current Whitney admission, as I understand, the policy was established what year? This is all before our time.
Reminder. I don't even remember anymore. Should be in here.
More than 15 years ago.
Yes.
Right? So the reason why I bring that up is the policy has been in place, and they had like committee, and they went through all the, testing and pros and cons, all that, and they came out with a policy which is very fair. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because for some families who doesn't get into Whitney, they can come and react and angry and what have you. But the admission process is very fair. And it's not just for certain city residents, but the entire district, because it's based on the 5 middle schools throughout the district. So the current admission policy is very fair, very, very equitable. And I know that in the past, we had people come and speak about why certain ethnic group more and all these things. And people can say that, but we as board, we need to understand that this policy that's in place, which was established more than 15 years ago before our time, it took a long time. They took their time to come up with a fair policy. So that's in place. The only thing that we all voted to was the non-resident. And that's already been voted, right? To take in the 23 non-resident students, and they will go through the same testing and so forth. So, I mean, if anyone have questions, I think right now is a good time to ask, because even if the 20 students, you know, for each middle school, and the minimum is 75 percentile. But certain schools, even if you're in the 99 percentile, you might not get in because there's kids, 20 students who have 99.5%, right? But then certain schools, you're like 76 percentile, you can get in. And it's each family's choice that even if you get it and accept it, you don't want to go because there are so many other good schools too. All the schools in ABC are good, right? This is very sensitive because people move here just to attend Whitney. It's very sensitive, but I think it's important for all of us to really understand the policy. And if my math is correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the 23 students from outside the district will be added starting in 6th grade. But is it going to happen all in 2027 school year for all 7 grades from 6th through 12th, or 1 year at a time?
Well, we'll be opening the admissions for that, so it will be at all those grade levels.
Okay, so currently we have total of 1,155 students. That's the Whitney capacity, but we're going to increase that to 1,316 students.
We will be increasing the capacity.
Okay, so Whitney will be very busy because they have to expand to accommodate 161 more students
Yeah, we'll
within
be-
a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Nguyen will be working very hard with his team to make sure that we can expand to accommodate all these.
Okay, thank you. Kudos to the district staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member Rios.
I really was trying not to comment because I feel like we've had so many discussions about Whitney, but I couldn't help it and heard the word equity. But I think that, you know, we continue to defend a policy, a process that does anything but provide equity. We know that it's very disproportionate. It does not represent our district. And so the fact that it is, you know, had been around for a long time, maybe at some point the board will be ready to consider it. I know it's a very sensitive topic, but I definitely take issue to statements like it's very equitable or that it's fair, because if it was, then again, it would be a true representation of our district, and it's not. That's it. Thank you. And potentially it might be. I don't know with these new numbers. We'll wait and see.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Thank you, Dr. Castro, and thank you for also taking the time to put this report together, and to your team, and also highlighting the additional work that this is going to create with testing, benchmarking, and going through the application process. I'm sure, to our board's point, that although there might be a possibility that the 8 seats that go out to our non-residents, there could be a possibility where we only get 8 applications and they have a 100% chance of getting in if they qualify. But I think, like you mentioned, Whitney is going to pull a lot of applications. I can imagine we're going to be competing now with Oxford. So I've looked at this proposal, and I think I really appreciate the additional seat that is going to go to Aloha and Juarez and their new schools. I think that was a fair thing to do. So I want to thank you guys and the Legislative Policy Committee for putting this together. And with that, if there's no other board discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 12 a.m.?
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, and the meeting is extended to midnight. Action item 1.9A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 5131.9, academic honesty?
Tatiana motions.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing tonight forward revised board policy 5131.9, academic honesty. It outlines the district standards for student integrity. It was last reviewed and adopted in December of '99. Updates were developed using the latest CSBA sample policies and staff input. The policy was revised to include specific guidelines on technology use, establishment of dedicated standards committee, and an enhanced staff training regarding the use of technology to improve education.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Oh, and please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 1.9A without any additional comments. Board Member Nishi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So I have a little, feels inartfully drafted, but 1, 2, 3, on the first page, EP 5131.9A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs down, prohibited and permitted technology use. So the last sentence in that is prohibited uses include but are not limited to using technology primarily or solely for the completion of coursework as the student's original work and generating answers to mathematical, scientific, or analytical problems. It feels, I don't know. So the first part is the generating answers. I think the other part of it should be without attribution as the aspect of it, because, I mean, we do use calculators to generate answers to mathematical and scientific or analytical problems. So we should probably include the word attribution. So that way, whenever somebody uses these technological tools, that at least we're aware that they use those tools, I'm thinking. The second one I have is kind of seems solely for the completion. So if they partially do it, they're not going to be covered by this rule. If they used it for a certain aspect of it, or they didn't finish it, or whatever it is, that's not going to be part of this coursework as a student's original work. And here's, so I'm not too into the AI thing really, but I do know that sometimes when you put in specific inputs, that it is, the input itself is an original work, although the process is to get the completed work, or what, or maybe you're not even complete. Let's say you get to a point of it where it forms the base idea. Well, I'm trying to do that right now with some site plans. And so to create a rendering, and I put some inputs in there. I didn't finish, it didn't do the job the way I wanted it to be looking like. And so I had to put some more inputs in there, and then more inputs. It was kind of an input, it is still an input heavy process, which AI did not help me do it to completion. It helped me get started, to at least get something that doesn't look like a Mickey Mouse drawing. So I'm wondering, I say this because it's a prohibited use included by limit to using technology primarily or solely for the completion. It just feels like there's so many ways in and out of that language for coursework. So if it's not coursework, then obviously it's not covered. But sometimes I think the inputs are what's creative and unusual. And actually, that is still part of the student's original work. So if I was to say, I inputted this, and this, those inputs are original. And the outcome is something that would not have happened but for those original inputs. I think the issue is that they don't attribute. They don't attribute that it was AI. Because I just saw like a lot of really great, and I'm 1,000% sure it was an AI created presentation. I saw 13 really awesome, they were all AI generated. I wouldn't have considered them cheating. In fact, they were better or worse based upon the quality of their input. So they were trying to create a thing, and they put like a bunch of Japanesey looking things. And I was like, that's not what it looked like. That's a bad input. Or they made multi-levels, and it's actually a flat surface. So I'm hoping that we can maybe not preclude the use of AI in our student work, but at least identify, and that doesn't become cheating.
So we
You know
have
what I'm saying?
something, and I'll have Carol speak to it, but we do have something that IT has put together with our AI use guidelines booklet, and so I can get each of you a copy of that as well. I actually have it in my office, so I can get that.
Okay.
If I may, I think the intention here is to say we don't want kids putting good inputs into AI and presenting it as if it's their own idea,
That-
right? So maybe the language could read where it says, using technology primarily solely for the completion of coursework as if it's the student's original work and or generating answers to mathematical, scientific.
Correct.
It's the impression that you created it.
It's the fraud.
Correct. And so I think by adding as if it's the original of the person might solve your dilemma, because we do have a complete process where when teachers say, this is how you may use AI, and they do, and they have ways to market.
And they attribute it. That's
Correct.
the key.
Correct.
I mean, it's pretty clear usually what AI is, but sometimes it's, and we don't want to have people be tempted to fake the system out and do partially AI, and that's not completely AI. We just want the work to be attributed, just like a lawyer would attribute their work to a particular thing. Even if it's a tiny little quote, we attribute it so that
Right.
people know we didn't steal it.
I think we can add something to clarify that here.
Thank you. I just don't want people to accidentally get, what I call it, expelled from school for cheating. And because I get that sometimes. People say, oh, I wasn't cheating. I did blah, blah, blah. And then it's like our policy would kick them out, and they're really bright kids. And I don't want to hurt kids. Thank you. So thank you for working on that. I don't have the perfect words to put here.
Okay.
And also thank the committee for going through this and understanding. I'm not denigrating the work that they did, just proving.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. So with those recommendations to staff, can I get all in favor, please say aye to approve?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 1.10A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy 6163.4, student use of technology?
Tatiana motions.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing forward revised board policy 6163.4, student use of technology. It outlines and authorizes safe and responsible use of district technology resources, recently updated to address emerging technologies as we talked about, including AI. The policy defines acceptable use parameters, data privacy expectations and compliance, and copyright regulations. And I think you all received the AI guidelines just now. So.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola, and thank you, Dr. Frazier. Yeah, we need board member Ernie did, make a good point, but I think that AI is part of our life now. It's like when we had to use the calculator for math computation, and because of the calculator, many of us we are less literate in memory, because we rely on the calculator. But it is what it is. As far as AI is concerned, even though it's part of our life, I think that as part of the learning, it's important to have a policy in place like this and give the teachers the discretion, and the teachers have some kind of structure to go with to enforce and to deter the students from, I don't want to say cheating, but to use mainly AI. Although it would really affect their learning, right? It's one thing to know how to use AI, but it's another thing to learn, education, and a lot of input. You have to do the work, you have to memorize, you have to solve problems in order to learn, right? So I think it's definitely AI use guideline is very sensitive issue, but it's absolutely necessary, and really the teachers, they need to have it too.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member McCann.
So this is just a draft at this point. It will, is that correct? It says draft on it.
The AI use guidelines.
Uh-huh.
It's pending your approval of the technology board item,
Okay.
and then
Then it will go out to all teachers, all classified, all parents.
yes, it's posted. We have an AI website that's part of this. Mr. Lawrence has been working with, obviously, community roundtables. He's also working with a consortium of teachers to develop this with student input, et cetera, to make sure that it reflects all of our educational partners and their work. And so this will be widely distributed and posted, and also will be linked for parents to view when we do the beginning of the school year, mailer that goes out or information that goes out.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking at page 10. Page 10, and it has the AI transparency badge system. So the students can access the badges and put it on their work?
Yes, per the teacher's direction and guidance.
I like that. And I'm a teacher, and I use AI for lessons and for, lots of different things. And I think having AI and teaching the kids how to use it is a great tool. And we need to teach the kids to use it respectfully and safely. And so I think our district is at the forefront of doing that, and having this and then just sharing it with our parents and with our students is a great beginning. But like you said, AI is going to be with us for who long? Who knows how long until the next thing comes along. So thank you for doing this work. You guys have been really, really busy, staff. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 1.10A without any additional comments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 2.4A, may I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24, amending the 2026, 2027, and 2027-2028 school year calendar.
So move Mendoza.
Second.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we're bringing forward this MOU with CSEA regarding the amendment of the calendar for 26-27 and 27-28 school years. It modifies the clerical technician employee classified calendars for those 2 years that were previously established and approved. The calendars have been updated to include the beginning and ending dates for 11-month bargaining unit members.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 2.58, may I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the California School Employee Association and its ABC Chapter 24 regarding the effects and impacts of layoffs due to a lack of work or funds.
Second, Tati.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'd like to thank CSEA for their work with this. Obviously during layoffs, it's a really difficult time, and so we were able to get together and come to an agreement regarding the following MOU and really looking at the impacts on layoffs and due to lack of work and funds, and looked at to extend health care for those employees that were affected, in addition to granting them some personal necessity time to look for other employment.
Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi?
Just one minor comment. Is it a legal requirement that we say due to lack of work or funds? Could we just say lack of funds in the future, not for this one?
That is the legal requirement.
It is
yes.
a legal
That's
requirement that we have to say
correct.
that there's not enough work.
Correct.
Okay. I just don't like that because I know there's lots of work. But okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Any other board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.18A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Princess Feet Dance Academy to provide a dance enrichment program, 2 classes per week for 10 weeks to students in the ABC Excels expanded learning programs for the 2026-2027 school year.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Well, I'm excited to bring forward this item for Princess Feet Dance Company. This includes experiences around hip hop, dynamic dance, and culturally significant dance styles. So this is a great way for students to experience visual and performing arts in our after-school program. Dance is usually one of our most sought after experiences in the after school program. There's a lot of high interest, and that's one of the key components of the ABC Excels is to make sure it's engaging, enriching, and students are really wanting to be part of this programming. And then the exciting thing for this is that this is going to be offered to TK through 8th grade, and it's offered for both boys and girls. So
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Board Member Nishi.
So I'm sorry, I have to ask this question. Is it going to be marketed to the students as Princess Feet Academy? And the reason I say that is like, gender neutral. I'm thinking we would have a problem if it was called Boys Only Academy, right? Because the girls would feel excluded. Are we actually putting that in the marketing materials so that way a boy who takes this class would wonder about it?
now this is the company's name, so we don't put the company's name typically as the marketing materials because it's within our own enrichment program. So
Okay.
the enrichment opportunity here is dance.
Good.
And in those marketing materials, we talk about the types and styles of dance they'll be learning, but not necessarily that it's this is the company we're contracting to do that piece of it.
Correct. I just wanted to have that clarified. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu.
Quick question. 2 classes per week for 10 weeks, so they come to schools in person?
Yeah, they
It's
come
not
to our
like-
after school programs.
Yeah, not
yes,
like
in
online,
person.
but
No,
they
no,
come in person, yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Any other board discussion? Please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 3.188 without any additional comments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.19A, may I have a motion to approve the California State Preschool Program, CSPP, Parent Handbook, and California General Child Care and Developmental Program, CCTR, Parent Handbook, that services grants for the state preschool program under the California Department of Education and Tracy Infant Center under the California Department of Social Services for the 2026-2027 school year.
So moved, Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Per the requirements of the California State Preschool Program, we have to revise and adjust the handbook periodically. It's been a few years since the last revision, and so we wanted to make sure we provided you the up-to-date policies and procedures to approve this handbook in order to get it out to our parents in a timely manner as the school's year is about to end and we start to send out registrations and offerings for the next school year pretty soon.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 3.28, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Thomas Kelly Software Associates, LP, to provide the Easy Reports after-school management software and attendance software system that aligns with the state reporting requirements for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program to support TK through 8th grade students at all 22 ABC Excels program sites for the 2026-2027 school year.
Second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. The state requires that we have some type of attendance and management program for all of our enrollment. We are getting closer and closer to our goal of having 5,000 students in the after-school program. And so we wanted to make sure we worked with a software company that was able to handle and manage the different requirements so that if we're ever audited, we have records of enrollment and attendance over the year.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Just for the public's awareness, what is our current enrollment in the ABC Excels program?
I believe the last check was 4,400 students.
Thank you. If no other board discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 4.3A, may I have a motion to accept gift report 25-09 totaling in $76,740.60.
So moved, Mendoza.
Second, Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. I'm pleased to present to the board the gift report for 2509, totaling $76,740 for the board for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank, as we're closing up the year, our PTAs, our booster clubs, our foundations. AFSCME donated to Hawaiian Elementary School to support the Hawaiian track team. We have businesses like First Place Spiritware. We also have grandparents who are donating to our schools, and also to the Cerritos Optimist Foundation for donating $3,000 to the academic services to support the 2026-2020 STEM Fest. And so I just want to thank all of our community who come out and just support our students. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi.
Really quick, ABC Foundation, Education Foundation. If you ever want to have a major impact on all of our schools, that's the group to volunteer and help. They are always on this list of this gift report. If anybody out there wants to join, go ahead and contact them. It is a great group. You'll feel good. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi, and I agree. This year we've been blessed from our community. They've been donated left and right and of all amounts and all different sizes. So maybe at the next board meeting, we'll have a final year-end gift report for the entire school year. Are there any additional board discussion? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee meeting, a preferential yes vote was cast for action item 4.38 without any additional comments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action item 4.48, may I have a motion to adopt resolution 25-31 of the governing board of the ABC Unified School District, the district approving the assignment of delinquent tax receivables to the California Statewide Delinquent Tax Finance Authority for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2026, 2027, and 2028, and authorizing execution and delivery of related documents and actions.
So move, McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Neola. This is, I'll try to simplify. Since 2003, which is for the last 23 years, we have been part of 92 school districts within the county of Los Angeles to be part of this program. Simple put, this program will allow the district to keep the penalty and interest on the delinquent tax receivables of the property tax within the residents of ABC. So it's about $25,000 a year, but at least we got to keep that. Without this resolution, it will go to the county of Los Angeles. So by passing this resolution, it will allow the district to keep the penalty and interest portion of the receivable.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board discussion. Board Member Dr. Rios.
So it says here that it would be about $75,000 for 3 years. So is that why you said 25?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do we do with that money?
It just goes to the general fund.
I think it would be nice for us to consider maybe taking that money and giving it to the schools to do, something. Fortunate how we get it. But it would be nice to see us provide maybe attendance incentive, use this fund to, the Catalina trip that student came to talk to us about. Instead of saying we're going to throw it into the general fund, can give it directly.
So we'll build into, as part of the budget process, we will build this into the budget and the programs that we provide. The 6th grade camp or the outdoor science, it costs more than that. So we'll, of course, leverage all the resources to support the program that's important to our students. This money can also be used to given directly to the schools, so they can operate. So there's many different things we can do with this $25,000 a year, but usually it's part of the big budget, and then we just allocate it to all the programs to support our students. But if you want to single it out, we can do that as part of the budget process, but usually we have not.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
I like that. Yeah. I like giving it to the schools, because when do we ever give this money and say, here you go? Then, spend it on attendance incentives, or if they want to use it for their we have like a store where the kids buy, goodies from, like that. Thank you, Doc. Thank
you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Any other board discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Time for board member reports. Do I have any board member reports? Board member McCann.
Okay, I have been to senior awards at Cerritos High School, Artesia High School, and GAR. GAR ties it in with Candle Rose, so it's a little bit different. I was at the Hispanic Latino Family Circle, which recognized the seniors that had been involved. They had a panel discussion with them, and it was very well done. Their parents were there, so it was a very nice event. I went to the Nemus Science Fair.
Yeah.
Talked to their projects very well. Helped with the PTO staff luncheon at GAR. I went to the district breakfast here, recognizing all employees and the work that they do tirelessly for the district. And then I took part in the CTE Zoom meeting that highlighted all our career technical education programs with our community partners. And that was extremely interesting and well put together. Thank you.
Thank you, board member McCann. Board member Rios.
Thank you. Just keep it brief. I want to first off congratulate our graduating class of 2026. Exciting time, May. Unfortunately, we can't attend all graduations, but definitely send a congratulations to everyone. I did attend a few events, but I kind of want to highlight and give a special shout out to our staff. Today I attended the Camino al Éxito, which is a mentoring program that we started this year. So thank you, Dr. Castro, your team. Special thanks to the principals, the Artesia principal and his staff, our participating elementaries, which is Aloha, Willow, Melbourne. Very important projects, and it's just, we do a lot of work up here, and sometimes these meetings get very long. Yeah, you work really hard to stay engaged, but it's programs like Camino al Éxito that really gives value to the work that we do. We each try to do our own projects to bring that sense of accomplishment. But it's that legacy that we end up leaving. But it's one of those projects that reminds me that it takes everybody. Ultimately, the benefits, throwing a pebble into it, don't know the outcome. Today was exceptionally day of pride, seeing all of our graduates tell us where they're going to school and to recognize that our schools are doing amazing work. And we talk about the challenges, but I think May is a time for us to focus on the accomplishments. Because it took teachers to get these kids to where they are. It took families supporting them to get to where they are. It took, again, the high standard that we set here at ABC. So I want to end on a good note and just say yay to ABC and for all the work that we all do. You kind of want to address some of the comments. I was really proud of the student speakers. So I do want to know, have to look into those their schools. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Rios. Board member Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to talk about all the events. You saw me, I was there. But one important thing is that I did go to CSBA as a delegate to help, and just this is a simple report. We talked about bridging the achievement gap, taking too long. They've tried, we had the concentration gaps, the concentration grant and money and supplementals, but I'm not denigrating what we're doing. We're doing the best that we can, but CSBA wants to make it a priority. It is an emergency. We got to treat it like the priority it really is. So that's CSBA spoke on behalf of that. We're trying to reduce paperwork for districts. That's a no-brainer. Oh my gosh, it's like 20th century technology. They actually have to refill in all these forms. We got to make the LCAP easier so they don't have to put in ABC every single silly form that they put in. So we're working on that. We're trying to get that reduced. Stop making us report on things that we don't need to report on. Particularly hurts the small districts because they don't have the extra staff that we do. But it hurts us too because that's dollars that don't go to kids. So I also learned a couple things about some other places have board self-evaluations. I mean, we do the superintendent evaluations, but we don't evaluate ourselves, although there was one where they really got a mouthful. They got more than they wanted, so that would have to be, how do you say, moderated appropriately. They have, I learned about specifically mental health for people who are different, right? So Latino, Asian, but not just Asians, but Filipino and Pacific Islanders, and the super high rates that they have. And how when you disaggregate the data, you need to be able to see them where they are, and that different cultures have different ways of addressing mental health and the problem. So I learned a lot about that. I'm hoping that I can bring that back here for us to do better. Although I know we're doing great, we can always do better. Lots of other things, but that's enough for me.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got to attend some events. I went to the Aloha celebration, and I was there with President Noyola and Vice President Yokoyama Bui. I had fun, but I know it was kind of like a bittersweet event. But I'm glad we had the opportunity for our community to come together and celebrate the years that school brought joy to students. I also went to the Nemes Science Fair. That was really fun. It was really well attended. Went with my kids who went to Nemes, so I made them. I said, we're going back. Come on, let's go walk over there. And so it was nice to see them now as adults and going back. And one of my daughters is at UC Davis right now, and she's studying agriculture. So she got to meet the new teacher that they just hired to support the garden over there. And so they were talking, and it was just nice to see my adult child speaking and thinking about, like, oh, she was saying, you should do this, you should do that to help the school. So, you know what, in a couple years, you could come back. So it was nice. It was a really nice event to go back. I attended the GAR Candle Rose with many of the board members here. And then I had the opportunity to attend the Community Family Guidance Center. So I want to thank Supervisor Han for the invitation. And I know President Oyola didn't mention this, but our own Dr. Hudley received the Protector of Children Award. So it was really nice to be there with him, and Scott Smith was there too. So it was a really great event, and I heard Board Member Nishi speaking. The Community Family Guidance Center has been supporting our kids for so long. It's a great organization. If you guys get a chance to go and do some bidding, they have these biddings, and they have it on your phones now. You used to write, and you would go and bump it up 20. No, you're on your phone now. So the whole time I was like this. Outbid me. So it was lots of fun, but it was for such a good organization because they do support our students with mental health, and they will take people, and they're trying to grow their center. And then I just had a question. I know we recognize all the students who are going to college from all our high schools, but I would really like to, and we've done it before, to bring our students who are going to be joining the military. I think we've done that before in the past, to bring those students in, because I think it's a choice that they're making to, go and serve our country. And I would really like to bring that back to the board. And then I just want to say, this is our last meeting before we come back. The students will be out. It'll be summer vacation. But I know here the work at the district doesn't stop. We're going to continue working, like we just heard with our Whitney, applications. And I know our staff doesn't. Our teachers, they don't stop working. During the summertime, you're preparing for the next school year. And I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work that they've done this year. Congratulations to all our classes who are graduating, our students who are promoting, and just thank them for a great year. And I know that we want to move quick with progress, but I think we also just need to celebrate the progress that we are doing with our students. Our staff is doing amazing work with our kids. We get them where they're at, and we move them up. Whether they're here, we move them up. So I want to thank you for that. And that concludes my board report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very exciting time of the year. It's almost like Christmas. There's just so much fun things going on, and we try to pack it all in. And there's just so much excitement right now. And I know I've spoke to a lot of the kids at various events who are graduating, and this is exciting, but this is also a very, very scary time. So let's please remind our kids that you don't have to have it all figured out right now. Enjoy celebrate, do everything you want to do this month with your friends, and take a deep breath. And in August, September, you'll start all over again with your schools or whatever, but you don't have to have it figured out right now. And I think that's a pressure that some of our students feel. End of year events, our area band concert at Gar High School, that was my first one, and it was really, really fun. The talent of our award-winning bands is so amazing, and I think it really is inspiring all of our younger elementary school kids to reach higher. I was blown away by how awesome it was, and even I had family friends from like outside of our district watch my videos, and they were like, wow, like they play actual songs. They're not just playing like boring band stuff. So I like they're all raising the bar so high. I got a chance to attend Artesia High School's I'm Going to College. Again, congrats. Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee, Black Excellence event, another event where you're just really showing the younger kids what you could aspire and achieve to be. Gar High School's Candle Rose Ceremony, another event at Gar that is spectacularly done by our parents and by staff. Tetzlaff Junior High Something Rotten, adorable show by junior high kids. A lot of talent there. Camino al Éxito. Thank you to Dr. Rios for her inspiring speech to the kids. I do feel like there's a lot of potential for just all these children who are watching their almost mentors, right? Their mentors grow up, graduate, the juniors that will come back next year and do the program. I mean, it's just a big circular moment, so it's really awesome. Head Start Committee meeting last week, and in closing, I had the privilege to host a volunteer appreciation reception at the district. It was for district PTA leaders, but not just PTA, parent-teacher organization, foundation members, booster club members from across the district. I, for many years, was a parent volunteer as well, and so I understand and appreciate and uphold all the hard work that our parent volunteers do to support everything our schools do in our community. As listed in the our agendas, there's so much money coming in to our schools that come from our parent volunteers, our family volunteers, and their hard work. Donations, I mean, we go to fundraising nights, we do everything we can to try to get that little bit of extra money so our kids can have full and complete school experiences. So it was a time to share and reflect on the successes they've had throughout the year. It was a time for them to meet each other and see that we're all in this together, and if you have a great idea, share it with me. And I really, truly hope that they walked away with friendships, and I'm hoping to have a similar type of event to continue those relationships so we could all continue to foster that kind of working together across the district. So thank you. Thank you. It was a great month. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Couple events that I attended were Cerritos High School Senior Awards Night and the Candle Rose at Gar High School. I mean, both events were just amazing, and the decorations and the presentation. I mean, they really converted the gym into a, 4-star hotel. And, can you imagine the number of hours the parents put in to celebrating their children's accomplishments and awards and graduation? It was pretty inspiring. It was just want to give and acknowledge all these parent volunteers who put in just so many hours. Thank you so much. And also, I attended the Day of Employee Breakfast here at the district office, and just wanted to share that I know today we had the room was filled with AFSME members and CSCA members, and us board members, we appreciate all the employee groups and our labor partners, because without you guys, the district, the schools would not be functioning. We really appreciate all of your, day in, day out work. And this is something, I was very heavy on my heart, was since the pandemic, people who own the homeowners, their mortgage stayed the same, but the renters, people who rent the apartments or rent homes, the rent went up so much, like 30%. And just like, I'm like, wealthy people became wealthier and poor people are becoming poorer. How do we survive? So this is not something that's, we're not aware of. And that is the reason why, the board went through this past 1 year of consolidating schools so that we don't have to lay off our employees. We're not hiring. We're making a lot of intentional effort. I hope that you guys really understand that we appreciate you. And, I was just thinking about how in 1979, this was like 4 or 5 years after we immigrated to America, my dad's business went down because of the oil price. So we had a small sewing factory, and he had to shut it down. And then when I went into high school, I started working at a clothing store, and I didn't work to earn spending money, but my sisters and I, we earned money. We worked to support the family. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, this is nothing new. And today, we're kind of in a similar situation where gas price is really high, and it's really difficult for people, everyday working Americans. I mean, people who are millionaires, who cares? Gas price is high. It doesn't matter. But for people at the bottom, it's tough. It's tough. And I hope that, we can weather through together, because what makes ABC great is just the past, more than 20 years before my time, maybe even, 25 years of the relationship, the partnership between all the labor groups, ABC management, the ABCFT, CSEA, and AFSME, and the board. So it's a teamwork, it's a partnership, and we're trying our best to support each other. And I'm very confident because of our past, and that, we will come to the table with all the bargaining unit and make it work, because it's for our children and your children. Because I know that many of our, different partners' children actually attend ABC, right? That's what makes this district so great. And so, I really hope, we can do that. And, looking forward to attending a lot of graduation in this coming 2 weeks. Okay, so, and have a great summer. And finally, I wanted to acknowledge the college admission and CTE pathways, because today I attended El Éxito with board member, Dr. Rios, and Dr. Rios initiated a great program, mentors and mentees from, was it 5 different elementary schools or 3 different elementary schools? And these are all 5th graders. And the presentation by the Artesia High School students was pretty impressive, very impressive. And they made the presentation with all the different pathways, the medical health, automotive, engineering, film. And I'm sure that the elementary students were very inspired. It cast a vision, and it also related to, future career path. And it's something that their older brother or sister or cousin presented, because the age gap was not that high. And so it's like reality. So something like that is a lot of effort by our equity officer and few staff. They were very charismatic and energetic, which our kids need, very, very well organized. So it was pretty inspiring. I was very impressed. Thank you, and shout out to our board member, Dr. Rios, for initiating. And finally, I wanted to appreciate our parents who made so much sacrifice. To have your children have perfect attendance, be in a swim team, or even valedictorian, just making it to school every day. That's tremendous work on the parents. And I know that some of these parents who themselves are not necessarily fluent in English, they sacrifice their vacations. They sacrifice, getting new cars to support their children in education. But look what ABC can provide, all the resources. For the college admission results, and we have the data out, is very impressive. This is like outstanding compared to other districts. So shout out to our district staff, Dr. Zidlow, all the, Dr. Carol Castro. We bother her so much, asking so many questions. Dr. Fraser and Scott Smith, and of course, our own Tuan Wen, dealing with the numbers and the money, and so thank you so much. So good night, everybody.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Going into announcements, next regular board meeting will be Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026 at 7 p.m. District Office Boardroom. This is due to the June 2nd being an election day. Committee meetings, Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, May 27, 2026 at 6 p.m. District Conference Room. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, in lieu of the May 26, 2026 meeting, members are invited to attend the June 3rd, 2026 board meeting for the Local Control Accountability Plan and recommendations to the board. Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee, in lieu of the May 14th, 2026 meeting, members are invited to attend the June 3rd, 2026 board meeting for the Local Control Accountability Plan recommendation to the board. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will be Wednesday, August 26, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the District Conference Room. And some dates to remember. Our legal holiday is Memorial Day, May 25th, 2026, so there is no school. Second, public comments.
Yes, Mr. President, we have one public comment, and it's Carla Santa Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time you didn't end the board meeting with me waiting, so I'm glad. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good evening. I'm Carla Santa Cruz. I think you all know me by now. But first of all, thank you. Good evening, President Noyola, Superintendent Zitlo, board members, cabinet, and community. I'm here as a community member, a retired teacher, bilingual specialist here in the district, an advocate for multilingual programs, and a grandmother, and you know that. I have 2 bilingual grandchildren at Nemus. And I was inspired to speak tonight because one of the students said, please don't cut our programs. And so I didn't hear anybody talk about the multilingual programs, so I'm going to do that. This last month, I did get to participate in the LCAP meeting. I appreciated that. I attended the Stowers International Night, where I got to see the Mandarin program, and I attended the Nemus Dual Immersion Celebration, where I got to see the Spanish. And what I wanted to bring up is, I know that I'm listening as a teacher to the bargaining, I was part of that, with a lot of compassion and concern, and I understand the very difficult decisions that you have to make. But I did listen to some of the different things that were on the agenda, so I just needed to make some comments. Regarding the school of choice, we did get to hear a lot about Whitney and all the accommodations that are being made for the public to understand what the options are. And I did see that it says at the school of choice, priorities are going to be to the families that are being displaced. But what I haven't seen is what are the parents getting as far as the information about the programs that are going to be offered. And I know you have a system, but I just want to know as a member of the public, because I asked the families, well, what are you going to do? We don't know yet. And so I'm still advocating for the multilingual programs. I don't know what's going to happen, like with Stowers. I don't know if the families know. And so I think that needs to be brought up more further, so that parents will know about the programs that are being offered. You say the programs are going to go and the teachers are going to follow the programs so that the the families can have those programs, but I ask the teachers and they tell me they don't know. And so I just want to ask for more communication to the public. And I have my ear to the ground, and so I'm not in the schools, but I attend a lot of the school functions. And so I'm just asking, as a member of a public, to please make that more available. Again, we have our Mandarin and Spanish programs that are going to be eliminated as far as the schools next year. So what's going to happen? We have one more. Then regarding professional development, I noticed that some of the items are procedural about, cleaning up the numbers and those kinds of things. But I did notice when it came to recruitment and selection of teachers, it did make me think about what has been the investment this year for the temporary teachers that are going to be let go. I didn't get to attend the last month's board meeting, but I did watch the recording, and I saw that there were very few tenured teachers, and there was only one secondary. And I'm thinking about at FEDI, for instance, that I'm aware of, there are 5 temporary teachers that I understand that aren't going to be coming back because they're temporary. And I'm wondering who's going to fill those positions. Are the elementary teachers that are being displaced, are they going to be able to be certified and qualified to take those positions? Or, just what is happening? I wanted to commend the district for speaking of professional development. I know that we have invested so much in all of our teachers, and I appreciate that. I think about the investment in the temporary teachers. There's been a huge amount invested in them. And so I'm wondering, just like people that are being displaced, do they have any priority as far as when openings do appear? Do you look to them first, or do they start at 0 just like everyone else? And so those are things that I have on my mind, and I just wanted to share them, just as I say sometimes when it's a difficult conversation, I'll tell my family, I'm telling you with respect and love, but these are concerns that I have. And so I hope to hear more information. Thank you.
There are no more public comments, Mr. President.
You, Board Clerk Mendoza. For adjournment, I would like to ask Board Member Nishi to close the meeting in honor of Nancy Kyoko Oda, who was one of the originators of the ABC Day of Remembrance. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you. I'll try to do this without too much problem. Tonight, we close our meeting in memory of Nancy Kyoko Oda, born May 20th, 1945 during World War II at Tule Lake Incarceration Camp. She was born in jail. My grandfather felt the need that the world needed more harmony, and so her name was Kyoko, which means harmony. She was one to do it. She lived to her name. She was transformative of my grandfather. He had 3 daughters. They all become black belt, judo, something that girls didn't do. So she transformed him because she was a girl. She did the traditional thing. She got married. She had kids. And she did the untraditional thing. She went to college, which girls in those days didn't do that. She went to UCLA, which is a great school. She had career. She was the first principal at Maurice Sendak Elementary in LAUSD. She was a leader. She wasn't a yeller. She was a harmony person. She was quiet, direct, and a confident visionary. Many things she did, too many to list, and most are uncredited. She quietly led the San Fernando Japanese Center, transforming it with vision. She quietly led the Tuna Canyon Detention Station. She kind of tricked me into joining that particular group. I thought I had some family there. We quietly all wore red when we stood at the city council when it was designated a historic landmark. Her coalition was truly diverse. So we talk about the Japanese that were incarcerated, but it also included Italians. So she had Italians as part of her coalition. They had Germans. We had a German who is a major part of this coalition. We have Englishmen. We even have a guy who was the jailer. He's the one who watched over the people in these jails, and he became part of it. Mr. Scott. She made activism a family affair. So we have this thing in Japanese called giri, which is obligation. We have an obligation to our community to pull together. So the nephews man the desks. We don't even, we know that whenever she has an event, it's our event. So we carve that particular time out of the day or week or month. And everybody in the whole family will help folding cranes, serving people, doing something. And just like she grabbed her family, I dragged my wife to all the kinds of events. I kind of probably took after her on that. She was so why be a lawyer? I found that being a lawyer is just laws, just a piece of paper. Just this, not very powerful. I stand on her shoulders because this is my why. Loyal Choi helped me, but she was my why. What is the point of a Bill of Rights if nobody believes them? She knew history has to be taught deeply. It can't be it can't be a meme. It can't be just a piece of paper. You have to feel the people behind it. You have to understand. So that's why the Day of Remembrance is something that's important. Because I want people to understand deeply. We can't just talk about it. You know, most people in their 80s are retired. No, she's not retired. She transcribed this. Everybody in this book is dead. My grandmother, the little baby in this picture. She didn't knit. She spoke out after 9/11 about the Muslims. Don't put them in jail. She spoke out about George. She made me actually have to go walk places because of that. ICE. She talked about that. She talked about Alcatraz. She talked about the irony of using the same sites that she was in, that we're doing the same thing again because we didn't understand. Education is what this is all about. We have got to remember this. You have to have these uncomfortable truths and parallels, and she refused to be silent. She understood the Japanese of yesterday were the Irish of yesterday, the Italians of yesterday are the Muslims of today. They're the Mexicans of today. They're all the other disfavored groups of today. What was acceptable then is now different. So she was the one to fight for that. She got tons of honors. We're not going to talk about that because we could be here all night. She was awarded a bunch of things. And the truth is that she is no longer breathing. I'm not going to be able to call her to bounce off ideas. Say, hey, am I doing the right thing? I can't do that. In 100 years, her name will be forgotten. But I say, as my grandfather said 80 years ago, no, no. My grandfather was a no-no boy. When they had the loyalty oath, he said he had the power to say to the American government, no, I will not do this. No, this is wrong. You cannot put me in jail for no reason. So I say no, no. I say she will never die. If each of us in this room hold on to her name of harmony. No, I refuse to give up for the kids. We'll fight. And so even after she passed, I went to Sacramento because I know that she would want me to do that. So she would want me to fight, make sure the achievement gaps are bridged. So I will speak up. And we will make our country even greater because of her. So I would let her rest, but we will carry on in that mission. So thank you. Let's continue that mission. I'm not happy, but I know we can do it as a group together. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. May I have a motion to adjourn in honor of Nancy Kyoko Oda?
Yona motions.
All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. We adjourn at 11:12. Thank you and good night.